Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. Man, bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing, man. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. Man.
Whoa. What's going on? Let's get the music started in this motherfucker. I don't hear that shit. Where my music at? Where the fuck is my music at? This shit ain't playing. Can y'all niggas hear me? Can y'all hear me? What's going on, peoples? Can my niggas hear me? Is what I need to know before I start saying important shit. Can my niggas hear me? Is what I need to know. I need somebody in the chat. What's up? Trying to get this motherfucking shit playing. This is my motherfucking music ain't playing. Oh, there it is right there. Hope y'all can hear that. Let me turn it up a little bit. If it don't play through the computer, it'll play through the microphone. We are out of sync. Like every fucking show, right? What's going on? How y'all niggas doing? Oh, that delay is gonna go away. It'll fix itself. I like to let this shit roll so that we can catch up. It's a little delay. It'll catch up. Let's get our focus. Let me get focus. Right. Shout out to my niggas. Y'all already know what this is. Eloquently petty, articulate assholery. Uppity Negro swag is in the building. Oh shit, new member. All right, let me shout out my first member. 318 Showtime has become a member of the Keep It 100 channel. We got memberships now. Understand, there will be a lot of shit on the membership side. All right, let me shout out some people. Shout out to my man Megatron, Uneducated Lane, Mike Ferguson, Bishop X Hassani, Marvel Cousins, Brotherly Love 215. Shout out to you, R Jizzle, Ghost Rider, A70, my first member 318 Showtime, Jay Shabazz, Jay Jermaine, Uneducated Lame, Abdullah Ben Bobby. I do not want to fuck your name up, bro. Abdullah bin Bobby At Taib. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay. Shout out, Dom. My main nigga on the motherfucking trigger, Dominique Huff, is in the building. All right. So understand that I'm doing memberships, right? I'm gonna make your membership worth it. It's gonna be a lot of shit that I'm gonna say in these private streams and these private chats that I probably can't say on here and not get flagged. I appreciate it. I like to say people's names right. Said you got it right. Yeah, you got it right. I appreciate that. Because I learned that motherfucker. I'll say it again. And type in the pronunciation. I like to learn motherfucker's name. It's a respect thing. So, happy Friday. Mike Ferguson says, putting some in the collection plate. Mike Ferguson, shout out to you. This sip is for you, sir. All right. I am just Jules. Salute. You've been dropping some good challenges on your various media platforms. Keep it up. I appreciate that. There will be more challenges. Understand, I just want motherfuckers to win. I ain't your enemy. I just want motherfuckers to win. See, we got our sync. We are in sync, fellas. Like Justin Timberlake, we are in sync. Understand, I just want motherfuckers to win. This ain't criticism. This ain't destructive criticism. This is constructive criticism. Understand the difference. I want people to understand the difference because in my various debates on Facebook, understand the difference between destructive and constructive criticism. If I'm tearing you down, telling you what you need to do for someone else in service of someone else, then I am destroying you. Understand that I am giving you the criticism. I am telling you what some of you, not all of you, but some of you needed to hear. Okay? What some of you need to hear to make you better people for you. Not for them, but for you. Jizzle, let's see. He always doing that. He's always doing that. All right. Uneducated lame, some change for the plate. I appreciate you, uneducated lame. Shout out to all of my regulars in this motherfucker. Everybody that's here every week when I'm able to get on. Understand I am coast to coast, flying back and forth from the West Coast to the East Coast. And it's not always, what's up, Shane Rab? I see you. It's not always easy for me to get on here, man. But understand that community tab is popping. If you are not subscribed to this channel, right? Because I know that on YouTube, people will see your video and not necessarily be a subscriber. Let me tell you, for people who are not subscribed to the channel, understand, if you subscribe to this channel, and subscription is free, understand that my community tab is some shit. Everybody will tell you, you will be entertained by the community tab. If you are not somebody who checks out the community tab on YouTube, you need to check out my community tab because I post like a motherfucker. I post on there more than I do videos. Shout out to R Jizzle. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Let me get in focus here. Shout out to you, bro. Uneducated lame. I am just Jules, Mike Ferguson, 318 Showtime. All right. Shout out to you bros. Yeah, that community tab is a motherfucker. I do say what the fuck I want. And plus, for the members, because there are posts on the community tab that only members will be able to see, and I make it that way so I don't get flagged. Understand that the most basic of memberships will have you seeing some of the shit that I'm talking on there. And yeah, but there will be, understand, there will be streams. I got upcoming streams for members. I got a bunch of my guys that rocked with me during the urban publishing run, right? A lot of photographers, publishers. We're going to be talking some shit about things that has transpired in the business of the urban modeling magazine game. So that's including, things that include models and, Instagram chicks and shit like that. And there is an upcoming stream where I got a couple of people from the adult industry, porn star dudes and people like that are coming to say some shit. Some of that stuff is going to be for them streams. These are guys that already set up. It's coming. It's coming. So 318 Showtime, there's some things that you will be seeing. Things that we be talking about. Shay and Hassani, you guys already know some of the shit that we be talking. These are things that I'd rather do membership style as opposed to the general public because names will be dropped. But at the end of the day, let's get it on and popping. I don't know how many of you people been following the news this week. There's a few things I want to mention, right? I don't have the pictures and shit set up, but we just gonna talk about them. And anything that you want to ask me about while we're doing this cast, just drop it in the comments in the chat, and I'll address it. So there's this issue. I don't know if how many of you guys heard it that Kelis is having with Beyonce right now. I don't know how many of you have been following this. So Kelis has come at Beyonce, and I might play this video. I'm gonna try to pull this up. Kelis has come at Beyonce on some shit about a record that Beyonce did in reference to some sample. And to understand, Kelis does not own the sample that Beyonce used. Right? She doesn't own the sample that Beyonce used, but I do understand that from an artist's point of view, how she might be feeling away. So I want to see if I could pull this clip up. So this is Kelis talking, and I don't think that this will get me a strike, right? So let me try to pull this up here, right? Let's see if I can get this. Oh, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. And what I'm dealing with is I'm going back and forth with guys on the internet that's basically saying that Kelis has no space to get mad. Like how you figure that? How you figure that Kelis can't say something in reference to, okay, she doesn't own the record, but what she's saying and where she's coming from is pretty much she's saying, you could have hollered at me. Shout out to Jay Shabazz. Thanks for that super chat, bro. Now, I agree with Kelis. Understand this, right? If you now, I agree with Kelis. Oh, well, let me pause that. If you own something, right, and somebody uses it, then you have a legal precedent to go after that person. And I don't think that that's where Kelis is coming from. She's coming from a standpoint of, yo, you know what? You know me, we cool. You know me, to some extent, like, hey, what you could have shouted me out and like, hey, said that, hey, you was gonna use my shit. And I understand her feelings on that. Like, she doesn't own it, but she created it. And she felt like she was robbed by Pharrell or whatever the case may be. And she might have a point with that. So look, so what I'm gonna do is, opposed to pulling this on my tab, I'm gonna pull this on some screen share shit. So hold on 1 second. Let's get that up. Let's get that up here. So let me know if you guys can see that. We're gonna full screen that and play that.
Here's the first issue, okay? Number one, it's not even like I'm a human being, so I get pissed off and I get ticked off, right? I'm an artist, so I'm, as Erica said, I'm sensitive about my shit. The reality is, okay, that my real beef is not only with Beyonce, because at the end of the day, she's sampled a record, she's copied me before, she's done something before, so many other artists, it's fine if you don't care about that. The issue is that not only are we female artists, okay, black female artists in an industry that there's not that many of us, right? We've met each other, we know each other, we have mutual friends, it's not hard to keep contact, right? Ask Nico, who's what, 20? She's a young white girl. She reached out and she freaking like, it's just common decency, right? It's common decency, especially because, as so many of you pointed out, though I don't know, but let me help you, okay? I know what I know and what I don't know. I also know the lies that were told. I also know the things that were stolen, publishing was stolen.
So let me pause that. I don't know. You guys say, somebody said I'm getting an echo on here. So let's pause that. Understand, right? Hold on. Let me remove this. understand, I am not a fan of Kelis as a person. I am not a fan of Kelis as a person. I want this understood. I am not a fan of Kelis as a person, but understand she has a point here. She has a point here. We could say, oh, Kelis this, Kelis that. What she did to Nas was foul, this, and that, and third, yada, yada, yada. But understand she has a point here. I don't know if everybody's getting that echo. And Hannibal says Kelis has burnt a lot of bridges. I agree. Kelis, Foxy Brown, various other females, they burn a lot of bridges, but they bullshit, this and that and the other. I don't know what her relationship with Beyonce is. She's saying, hey, look, I met you. We somewhat semi-cool, right? Holla at a bitch, right? You know what I'm saying? You're going to use my shit in any sort of way, even though you don't have to ask me permission. You don't have to pay me. But damn, like, can I get a shout out? Could you throw me in the video? Like, you just grab my shit. And I got guys on Facebook who are artists telling me that I'm tripping. And you're an artist. So you will be perfectly fine with somebody taking your shit and flipping and bouncing it on some shit. And they could have hollered at you. Right? Now, shit, if they did a Blade movie, and they will, when they come out with this Blade movie that Disney is dropping, and Disney is my next topic of discussion, because I got so much to say about Disney Marvel. Shout out to Dr. T.S. Johnson, who has been speaking on a Disney Marvel shit for some time. If they were to drop a Blade movie and Wesley had nothing to do with it, I'd have a problem with that. Right? So Uneducated Lame says she don't respect you like that, so keep it moving. If you can't holler from a legal standard, then you don't have anything important to say. I disagree. Nah, I gotta air you out. I gotta air you out as an artist, musically and visually. You know, me putting out my magazine, there was a lot of concepts in Body Magazine, Candy Girls Magazine that motherfuckers just jacked from me. Big magazines would look at my shit and jack concepts from my shit. And I know this because they would holler at a lot of the girls that was in my publication to do shoots with them and shit like that. Legal arguments are not the only arguments that can be made. It's really about, we're artists. There should be some sort of honor amongst artists that has nothing to do with legal and labels and shit like that. If you're talking about legal and labels, then you are kind of taking the side of the plantation, so to speak. Right? So let's hear what else, Kelis has to say. Let me know if there's an echo going on.
People were swindled out of rights. It happens all the time, especially back then. So it's not about me being mad about Beyonce. Everyone's like, you're all sheep. And I'm talking to the people who are obsessed and blind, just like, ooh, like, it's so dumb. It's so ignorant. It's so ignorant. She's one issue because it was stupid and disrespectful, and she should have at least reached out. But the real issue is the fact that the people like Pharrell and like Chad really is like an amoeba and just, he's spineless, it's a miracle he can keep his neck up. But Pharrell knows better. This is a direct hit at me. He does this stuff all the time. It's very petty. Very, very, very. And the reality is that it's frustrating. I have a right to be frustrated. Why? Because no one had the human decency to call me and go, hey, would like to use your record. Which, by the way, the reason I'm annoyed is because I know it was on purpose. This is not like they were in the studio. No, this was an on purpose, direct hit, which is very passive aggressive. It's very petty. It's very stupid. And I'm going to say what I have to say. I don't mince my words. So all of you Beyonce fans, knock yourselves out. I'm not mad like that. It's not about me being jealous of someone using my song. That's the dumbest, most ignorant thing I've ever heard.
So understand, right? So that's where Choke No Joke comes in. He gives his commentary. Understand that Micah the comedian, shout out to you. Understand that I understand where she's coming from. she has a point. She has a point. Now, okay, so the problems with these artists that they don't cover their own ass and then they complain about who's stealing from them. Okay, so let me say this, right? Let me say this. I agree with this statement because there's two parts of this. If she was beefing with her beef with Pharrell is one thing. Her beef with Beyonce is something else. Okay, so Kelis doesn't have an agreement, a legal agreement with Beyonce. She has a legal agreement with Pharrell. Now, if her whole video was about the Neptunes ripped me off, then I would be inclined to say, I don't want to hear that shit because the contract, I'm sure, was in English. I got motherfuckers telling me that they're taking Beyonce's side, but these are the same motherfuckers that were bitching and moaning about Puffy ripped off Mace. Understand, Mace signed a contract and it was printed in English. If you sign a contract that's written in English, you should have read it. Mike, I see you. I see you. Alexander Kelly said, not talking legal, just culture. Understand that there should be a respect between artists. Like, okay, it's us against the labels. So when you start talking about legal, understand that if an artist is moving on some shit like, okay, you don't own it, I don't have to talk to you. Understand that they are moving in the same way the people that we've been speaking out, against all these years in reference to artists have been moving. We can't give artists a pass for moving like the establishment because we like the artists and then be like, oh, record labels rip off artists and be stealing from them and shit like that. You got to pick one. So let's read some. So Dave Chappelle always saying something about Key and Peele biting style, but I have yet to hear him give Robert Townsend his flowers. You're gonna have to tell me what's that in reference to. Okay, plus legally hip hop and R&B is not black. Yeah, legally it isn't. But again, this is not a legal argument. This is her saying, hey, you could have reached out. This is not her saying, I have a legal beef with you or that you owe me some money. This is artist to artist, girl to black girl. Okay, I'm glad you said, bro, this is what I said earlier. I said, yo, the same way Mike did Paul. Okay, oh, business is business. I get it, but I'm saying let's not pretend to be cool. If you're going to rock a business with business, shout out to 5 Foot Giant. I know that's roughing. Shout out to you. All right, shout out to Jay Daniels, SYSBM all day. Right? So Jay Jermaine asks, shouldn't she be protected by ASCAP? Understand from what she says, Pharrell scooped the publisher. Now, under what circumstances this happened under, I don't know. If he sold it to her, I don't want to hear her bitch about it. Understand, a lot of artists be selling their publishing off real early and real cheap. And then they complain later about being ripped off. Understand, if her beef, because everybody's like, you should be beefing with Pharrell. Again, it's not a legal beef. It's, yo, shit, Rick James had issues with Hammer back in the day over Super Freak. Now, Hammer was in a position where he could jack Super Freak for You Can't Touch This and make it this big, humongous hit. And that was a hit between him and the label that owned it. But still was hating on him like, yo, bro, you just took my shit. And, so understand, like she said, Erykah Badu says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. Understand that, yo, you don't got to pay me because there's no legal precedent that makes you have to pay me. But damn, yo, if you're going to flip and bounce my shit, if you're going to do that, then understand that there is an understanding between artists. It should be a camaraderie between artists. So he said, do we know if B knows about who it belonged to? That's not the question. Whoever, and somebody going to debate me on the internet. Understand, I know a good deal about the business of music. I'm talking about the business of music. I know about all that shit, and I've been knowing that shit since the 90s. So when you ask, okay, do we know if B knows about who it belonged to? What did she sample? Milkshake? I think she sampled Milkshake. Oh shit. It's the Green Gorilla. Shout out to the Green Gorilla channel for stopping through. Don't go nowhere too fast, bro. Right? So either you know who you paid for the sample, you definitely know who the artist is. Right? You definitely know who the artist is. So let's not pretend that Beyonce didn't know that she was sampling Kelis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from what I see, she's pretty hands-on. Yes, mechanical royalties, etc., etc., etc. I had a book this thick called This Business of Music that I read in 1995. What is it, 95? Yeah, it was 95. Big ass book, heavy ass book. I read that shit from cover to cover. Everybody give a shout out to the Green Gorilla. He's in the chat. Shout out to my man Fame Magazine. Yes, sir. Dwayne Fame. Rest in peace to him. Detroit. That's my guy. So, I totally agree that she has a gripe. She ain't owed no money. She ain't got no legal standing. But artist to artist, she does have a gripe. She does have a gripe. Regardless how we or me feels about Kelis, she does have a gripe. Moving right along, I want a consensus in the chat because I'm about to start talking about this this Marvel Phase 4 shit. So recently Kevin Feige at the I'm gonna pull this up. Kevin Feige announced that Phase 4 is over. All right, he announced this at Comic-Con. All right, Kevin Feige announces Phase 4 is over. Let's see. He announced Phase 5. So he moved a bunch of things to Phase 5. The Marvel Phase 5 announcement live at Comic-Con. So, okay, so let's pull this up. Kevin Feige announces when Phase 4 ends. Or let me see. Is Phase 4 over? Phase 4 ends, Phase 5 begins. So let's pull this up. I'm going to share this screen. I'm going to be doing a lot of screen shares right here. So Kevin Feige is pretty much saying that Phase 4 is a wrap. All right. So let me make this a little bigger. So I know a lot of y'all fuck with the Marvel shit. So I think that Black Panther is the last Phase 4 movie. It's the last Phase 4 film. After that, it's a wrap. Phase 4 is a wrap. Now, I want a number one in the chat. But everybody that believes that this shit is garbage. Okay? I love Marvel. Been fucking with Marvel since, junior high school, maybe. Or maybe even before that. Been fucking with Marvel, how I body. I got comic books in this motherfucker. Understand. Phase 4 Marvel has been a disappointment. In my opinion. Phase 4 Marvel is a disappointment. I say this shit on Facebook, people get mad at me. Oh, no, don't be putting down Marvel. Not a Marvel hater. Say 90% of this shit has been bullshit. Everybody like Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Spider-Man is a collaboration between Sony and Marvel. You know what I'm saying? That is not a 100% Disney Marvel production, Spider-Man. Phase 4 is trash. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? It's been garbage. So they doing that shit, what they doing to Star Wars, right? So let me pull up another link. Oh, check this out. Oh my God. They just won't stop, right? So look what they did here. Hold on. Let me shit. What the fuck? Hell nah. I'm on. What the fuck is this? Nah, we gotta go with another link. I ain't taking those cookies. So yeah, let's go with that link. And I'm gonna share this screen with y'all, right? Right now, we talk about everything that comes out of Disney in reference to our favorite franchises, right? So here we go. Let me stop that share and share something else with you. I don't know how many of y'all are up on this, right? So here we go. So Disney potentially makes Obi-Wan, right? I don't want to say the word. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? Okay. So Obi-Wan is alternative orientation. New Star Wars project. Obi-Wan is on some other shit. Now, from my understanding, these guys are monks, priests. They don't really have like sexual relationships. I mean, with the exception of Anakin Skywalker. Anakin's like, fuck this Jedi shit. I'm gonna get me some pussy. Fuck y'all. Anakin Skywalker was like, fuck this shit. This bitch is on my dick. I'm gonna fuck her, and I'm not pulling out. The only Jedi to ever put his dick in some pussy is Anakin Skywalker. All right, so what is this about Obi-Wan? Did we erase Satine? Damn, oh shit. See, I'm not aware. Y'all gonna have to put me onto that. Y'all be watching a lot of shit on Star Wars, and I ain't up on like all the in-between shit and the novels and shit like that. So, yeah, it's all gay. Everything. This is where we at now. All right. So Obi-Wan had a love interest in a female Sith. Well, you know, that's what bi means. It means both. It means I like both. So it started with this guy with his pansexuality, talking about you know, your man Calrissian, right? So now we have this guy. He's interested in hitting switches. Obi-Wan is hitting switches now. This nigga's hitting switches. Is there at this point, you know, one show on TV, like every show, mind you, these people exist. They will always exist. We live in the real world. whether it's black people, it's white people, all these people exist. I'm not mad. Somebody is going to, practice an alternate lifestyle, but god damn, everybody. And these ain't just, it ain't, sometimes it don't even be like the dude in the background, the co-star, the day player. It be Obi-Wan Kenobi's a pretty big one, don't you think? Superman, these are big characters. Yes, hitting switches. I didn't make that up. That's an old school hitting switches. These niggas is hitting switches. I'm saying, yo, I don't know what's going on with Disney Marvel, man. I don't know what's going on with Disney Marvel. So right now you got Thor Love and Thunder out. I'm going to pull that up in a second. Thor Love and Thunder, right? Thor Love and Thunder had a budget of $250 million. $250 million. Understand that Love and Thunder right now is a little over 600 mil. $600 million. That's how much it made. For those that don't understand how film budgets rock, 250 mil is the production budget. So it costs 250 mil to shoot it. That was the production budget. That does not include the marketing budget. So from my understanding, Thor Love and Thunder has to make $625 million to break even. I'm talking shit about Love and Thunder on Facebook. And of course, the usual defenders, people that just, they don't have nothing. I'm telling these motherfuckers, y'all gonna get so liberal that a dick gonna hit you in the face. And you're gonna get so liberal, you're gonna get so liberal till a dick hits you in the face. We're gonna fuck around and go to a Marvel movie and somebody's dick gonna fly out. It's gonna be cool until dick fly out. I'm just saying, you could be tolerable and anti-phobic and as free-spirited as you want until dick hits you in the face. In the Marvel movie, just gonna be a random dick for no reason. all this shit for no reason. Shit don't be nothing about the plot. It don't be no challenge, like a struggle that somebody has to go through about who they are and they're struggling with their personality or their life choices. It just be plah, dig in your face. Dig in your face for no reason. It's where we're headed. Dodge the dick. I don't know how I feel about Marvel at this point, man. It's just getting real shaky. I feel like, if Stan Lee was here, we wouldn't be dealing with this shit. We wouldn't be dealing with this shit. Janfar says that shit has always been mediocre. Now it's just trash. I don't know if I would say mediocre. Some of the movies, just straight garbage. Eternals was garbage. Eternals was garbage. I have yet to see Doctor Strange. I have yet to see it. I'm not hearing good things about it. I haven't seen Thor Love and Thunder either, but understand that they just broke 600 million. They are barely breaking even on Thor Love and Thunder. Vote with your wallet, fellas. If you don't co-sign this shit, don't go see it. Watch that shit on cable or your Fire Stick if you gotta look at it, but don't support it financially. Do not go to the box office to support this shit. These people are not going to get the point until they lose money. They got to lose money. Anything you don't want to see, do not spend money on. We have to start voting or vetoing shit from the wallet, from the pocket. You understand? My man said Doctor Strange 2 doesn't make sense. I want to understand, like, yo, when I watched the early phases of, of Marvel, I understood that, there was an overall arc of what was going on between movies. We were going somewhere with the Tesseract and the Infinity Stones, and we were going to a place. That's why by the time we did get to Infinity War and Endgame, the shit was like, oh shit. Even with its flaws, like the most unforgettable Marvel movie of all time. I'm assuming you're talking about Eternals. It's just for no reason. That shit was for nothing. I'm trying to understand how these movies and these TV shows on Disney Plus connect. I'm not following a path here. Like, we're getting introduced to a lot of characters, and I'm trying to understand where the plot is going. In the early phases of Marvel, I understood that, we were headed somewhere. A lot of this shit is trash now. This is DC's chance to get them. This is their chance to get them. If they can get right, this is their chance to get them. This is their chance to catch up with Feige and the boys. Me personally, I think Feige should be replaced with Jon Favreau, because everything that Jon Favreau is doing between Marvel and Star Wars is winning. It's winning. I didn't hate Ragnarok, but I understand the problems with it. Tessa Thompson and shit, and the Valkyrie character is just kind of like too much. Like, it feels like every time they're trying to make a statement in a movie about some woke shit, they get her. They're white people and shit. But understand, women support comic book shit as much as they support the WNBA. Shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. We had this conversation. I don't understand, no pun intended, Marvel's Endgame financially when it comes to this sort of material. You can't alienate the core audience. The core audience is this is not, you can't alienate the sensibilities of the core audience. I like the Loki series also, Hannibal. Wasn't too mad at that, I want to know who here liked WandaVision. Who liked WandaVision? I'm curious. Who was interested in that? Because I was not. I'm sorry, I struggled through that shit. I had to get back to it. I had to make myself watch that shit like a kid trying to eat his vegetables, under the threat of a leather belt. I could not watch that shit, bro. And I'm I talked to my motherfuckers in New York, and they, man, did you finish WandaVision? Oh my God. And no, this shit is trash. I didn't get it. I'm like, yo, the TV show shit and all. I'm like, man, I couldn't, it's hard for me to get through. By the time I got to Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I was like, this I can fuck with. This feels like Marvel. It felt like Marvel to me on my skin. Like, yo, this is fire. I feel this. Marvel, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. My man just tried to call me Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That shit felt like some Marvel shit, right? So I'm sure a lot of people will agree. A lot of people liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That was one of their better series, but WandaVision, Loki was decent. I didn't get through Moon Knight. Sorry. I didn't get through it. I'm at the point where if I don't like it, I just won't watch it. I just won't watch it. That shit is a struggle. I'm not struggling through the series or the movies. I'm just not going to do it. Black Widow did not hold my attention at all. Okay, WandaVision is supposed to explain how she becomes the Scarlet Witch. Okay. They could have went another way about explaining that shit, though. That TV shit, I'm watching the I Love Lucy and the Bewitched and all that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And you don't find out what this shit is about until way later in the series. Like, I'm confused like everybody else. I'm confused as fucking Vision and the rest of them. Okay, I get it. Okay. What the fuck happened in this bitch accent? Said WandaVision was better than the other Disney Plus shows. In my opinion, it is not fucking with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And the thing is, anything connected to Captain America was, as far as the MCU was concerned, always was winning. Always was winning. Always was winning as far as I'm concerned. I think that behind Avengers, Captain America has some of the best movies in the MCU. Watching a Captain America movie is like watching an Avengers movie. Civil War, fire. Captain America Winter Soldier, fire. Okay? So let's talk about Black Panther. Thank you for Rich Cliff for bringing up the subject, Black Panther. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Discuss this on the Docs channel. Gigi, I might bring you in for a second. Right? Understand, I'm not interested. I will not be attending the release of Wakanda Forever. Wakanda for headphones. I won't be attending. Won't be attending. Shout out to the Green Gorilla. He is in the chat. Shout him out. Hated Civil War because Cap was wrong. Yes, he was absolutely incorrect. He was wrong. All day. You defending your mans. And your man's out here doing crazy shit, but you know, that's my man's. Right? Iron Man kicked all of his Marvel blockbuster shit off. Absolutely. Third movie was trash. I'd say Iron Man 3 was as good as Beverly Hills Cop 3. I have not seen the Hawkeye series. Yo, I struggle with these things, man. I have not seen the Hawkeye series. I think they should have gave him a film. But yeah, man. Black Panther, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I'm not going to play the trailer. Not going to do it. I like my videos monetized. But y'all seen the trailer. If you haven't seen the trailer, pull it up. You know, Atlantis and all this other shit. So the villain is Namor. Now, we don't know the plot yet. We don't know the plot yet. But I hope that they don't have Shuri fighting Namor. I hope not. I hope that she's not, she's not going up against Namor. Like she's gonna shoot her little panther shits. No. That's not gonna work. So Janfar says, I didn't like Civil War, got into comics during that arc, and movie was lackluster in comparison. Yeah, gotta expect that to a degree. I understand what you're saying, though. I'm just saying, like, when I compare the plots of these pre Endgame movies, I gotta rock with Captain America's series. Captain America had the best series outside of the Avengers series. So Romello 747 says DC have Batman, and I'm feeling that it will translate into him going into the multiverse. Batman in the multiverse, yeah. I have more faith in the new Batman shit than anything Marvel is doing right now. All right, so my man Hassadi says Civil War, Cap was right. He was standing up for liberty versus Iron Man, who was just standing up for the law. No, it was the opposite. What it said, this was the same dividers in the comics. I thought that Cap was on some rogue shit. Understand that when he was protecting his man, like he's fighting for his man, right? So okay, so what's worse, WandaVision or Black Panther? I don't know. I haven't seen Black Panther yet, but shit, I don't know, man. It's looking terrible. It's looking terrible. Why are you hating on Black man? Fuck Black. Not fuck Black, but fuck Wakanda forever. Top of the building. Shout out to my man. $6. No, Wakanda forever. Nah, I ain't interested. So he said, no, it's gonna be Ironheart. Or Ironheart versus Namor. Okay. He said, let's support Black cast films. Yeah, why don't you go see Red Tails? Red Tails. Yes, go support Red Tails, y'all. Support anything they put a black face on. If you don't go see Black Panther, then you ain't black. You ain't black. Real niggas are going to see Wakanda Forever. Let me stop calling it Black Panther. It's Wakanda Forever. It's Wakanda Forever. It's not a Black Panther movie. It's going to be Shuri as Black Panther and all the women on some black girl magic shit. Get the fuck out of here. Take it down. Namor. Hell no. D-Bubs are going to pick fights the Mexicans over a Marvel movie. The first Black Panther movie was trash to me. I've never seen it. I've never seen it twice. Civil War Black Panther is the Black Panther I wanted. Okay, Civil War Black Panther, which is non-Coogler Black Panther. That's not a Coogler movie. Understand that the way that Black Panther was depicted in Civil War is more correct than Ryan Coogler, Simp Man director. All right, so yes, I've seen Cubana Lust mugshots. I'm gonna be talking shit about a lot of these girls and some upcoming lives. So I've seen black women complaining about Woman King because it makes them look too masculine. No. Let it be what it is. That bitch shoulders as broad as a motherfucker. And I fucks with what's her name? What's the actress name, man? How the fuck I forget her name, man? I'm having a brain freeze. Somebody type her name in the chat. I ain't about to pause. Think about this chick's name. Woman King. What's her name? Viola Davis. Yes, Viola Davis. Thank you. C.S. Banks. Let's put it. Yes, Viola Davis. Yes, having a brain freeze here. Viola Davis. All right, Viola Davis. I fucks with Viola Davis. I watch just about anything she's in. I don't think that there's a movie that she's put out other than maybe like The Help or some shit like that I had a problem looking at. But they gave that bitch some like fire human what is it? Human growth hormone. They gave her a fire dose of human growth hormone. You got them Barry Sanders shoulders. She got the fucking yeah, yo, her shoulders is crazy. Hold on. I got to pull that shit up. Hold on. Yo, Viola Davis cock diesel. You know what I'm saying? This bitch cock diesel. Like, damn. Woman King. Shit. Like, what the fuck? She was doing the laterals, nigga. She was doing some laterals. Motherfuckers diesel. I want to see that picture. Hold on. I'm looking for it. I want to see that picture of her, like, where she got her arms spread out from the back. Her back. Like, there's envy. Like, shit. And I work out. Her shit is cut the fuck out. The Woman King. Yeah, you know, and chicks, these women ain't got no problem being depicted, right? They like this shit, you know, but then they complain about the shit that it comes with later. You want to be depicted as you know, this cock diesel motherfucker? They don't depict nobody else in this manner. Like, you know, a strong black woman. Strong. Let me see if I can pull this picture up. I want to look at her face, man. Damn. Viola Davis, Lashana Lynch are the homie offenders in The Woman King. And where this story comes from is even worse. Like, you know, as far as what this tribe did, and you know, from what I'm understanding, like, you know, this is how look, I can't help but to think that this is how black women want to be seen. Give me a second. Battery dead. Give me a second. This is how black women want to be seen. You know, because they're not protesting it. They rock with it. So I'm thinking, yo, you know, could we say, hey, y'all want to be men? No, we don't. But then you ain't got a problem being depicted with the broad shoulders. You ain't got a problem with it. So Hollywood is giving you what you want. Strong black independent, right? Strong black and independent. This is the way Hollywood thinks you want to be depicted. So they're giving you what you want. You can't get mad. You can't get mad at it. You look at these commercials and different things, you know. So Shorty got the football shoulders. Shorty got the football shoulders. She got her shit oiled down like The Rock. Her shit is oiled down. Can't get mad. This is what Hollywood thinks y'all want. Women, black women. This is what Hollywood thinks y'all want. So they're giving it to you. Yeah, Viola Davis. Like I said, I fucks with anything she's in. She's from South Carolina. She was pushing 45 dumbbell shoulder press. I'm telling you, they had it. Yo, they probably gave her these niggas trainer. Not mad at her. Not mad at her. So we got two strong African movies coming out at the same time. So my man Romello, this is the information I was looking. The tribe was responsible for 20% of the slave trade in America. This is who we're celebrating, right? Right. Understand. This is who we're celebrating. So, and I ain't even got to the main topic yet. Tonight we're talking about black men self-defeating patriarchy. So don't forget the white man they put in that movie kissing black women. Hey, look, you know. The homie tribe. The homie tribe. That shit sound like some LA shit. The homie tribe, homie. The homie tribe, right? So, hope Gigi's still around. You know. Oh, wait, hold on. Before I get into the main topics, let me read these comments before I get into the main topic tonight. Black men self-defeating patriarchy. So, did you see Av Vane Black Panther? That was hilarious. No, I didn't see that. Somebody's gonna have to send me a link to that. Okay, like complaining about the woman king because she's too masculine. No, they think you want masculine. Y'all talking about y'all strong and independent. So motherfuckers gonna keep depicting you as strong, motherfucker. She looks strong as hell. Bitch got muscles. Know what I'm saying? Bitch got muscles. She looks strong. Stronger than the motherfucker. That's what you want. You want to be strong. We're gonna depict you as strong. You ain't gonna see the cock diesel white girl in the movies. I mean, shit. You had Atomic Blonde with what's her name in it, Charlize Theron, and she looked like she could do some shit, but she ain't built like that. The motherfucker built like a linebacker almost. Linebacker. They're pushing 45 dumbbells on the shoulder press. Them big ass. No, you talk about the big plates. They're pushing 45 plates. So we gonna get this shit started, man. I'm a kick it on this black men's self-defeating patriarchy, and then I'm gonna bring my guys in. Let's start this shit, okay? A few days ago, I was talking about how I feel that patriarchy is one of the leading causes of black male death. Mike is acting up over here. Patriarchy is one of the leading causes of black male death. Shout out to my man Hassani. We was having this conversation earlier. Okay. Shout out to my man Dominique Huff. We was having this conversation earlier. Black men self-defeating patriarchy. You have been taught, I've said this before, you have been taught that, you ought to serve, you ought to be of service on some high table shit. The bitches are the high table, nigga. Speaking of John Wick 4 coming soon. Not soon enough. Save us from this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I have served. I will be of service. Bitches are the high table in the hood. If you think otherwise, I got some shit to tell you. Self-defeating patriarchy. Motherfuckers are dying at 50, 45, 40. What I want to know from men, black men, guys who seek to, because I could say SYSBM all day. There's still a good number of black men that still feel like they want to save shit. They want to save shit from black women. They want to save black women from black women. Right? I'm trying to understand. Looking out here and you seeing, again, me and my man Bishop X, we talking about this. 80% in the black community, 80% divorce rate, right? 80% divorce rate. You try to be that 20. And if you try to be that 20, what does it take to be that 20%? I ain't talking about the 20% that Romello 747 is talking about. He's talking about 20% of the slave trade. But shit, some of y'all motherfuckers are the slave trade. 20%. In order to be that 20% of the black married couples that don't get divorced. That's a small percentage. That's a small percentage, y'all. And let me know if I'm coming through correctly. I hope that tonight we get good connection because, we ain't been having problems so far. Let me pull this shit up. 20%. 20% of black people stay married, 20% of us. Oh, that shit is coming through sharp. 20% of us stay married. You gambling on that, hoping that you be part of that 20%. When I ask black men, well, with the numbers being what they are for divorce, and I'm talking about 2022, with the numbers being what they are, child support and, family court and all those other issues and motherfuckers going to jail for child support and this and that and the other, bullet bags and all this shit, right? And I've asked this question before, why do you still want to do it? And people say, well, companionship and a legacy. I asked the question, and this will probably be the last cigar I smoke on one of these live videos. So, yeah. I asked the question, and I want to ask men that are listening to me speak. There was a building, right? There was a building. And if you walk into this building, there was a 20% chance that if you walk into this building, you get your dick sucked, and a bitch with a Cherokee, the ass bubble, will let you hit it doggy style. 20%. But there was an 80% chance that you'll walk in this building and immediately upon entry, your ass will get stabbed in the stomach twice. Right? 80% chance. Okay? 80% chance that if you're walking in this building immediately after entering this building, somebody going to hit you with a dirty shank twice. And then you get tossed out the back door. So the motherfuckers that's getting tossed out, you don't see them get stabbed and tossed out. 80% chance you get stabbed. Shank, shank. Shank, shank, shank. I ain't even cut this motherfucker. What the fuck is wrong with me? 80% chance. Top of the building, you are not from this generation. We are talking about today. This generation, people, this generation. You're from a different generation. Okay? Would you gentlemen enter this building is the question. 80% chance that you're going to catch a dirty shank to the abdomen, and a 20% chance that you'll get your dick sucked and you'll get the fuck a bitch with a bubble ass. If you will not walk in this building, I want you to type 1. Type 1 in the chat if you will not enter this building. And I want to know how many men in here will take that chance to fuck that bubble ass. You know, niggas be rolling the dice on some bubble ass. So bitch got a bubble ass. Now I assume everybody's gonna type 1. That's what I assume. That's what I'm gonna assume. So my man, top of the building, he says that he walked in the building, he got his dick sucked and fucked the bubble ass. He's part of that 20. Lucky him. Understand this, brothers. It's a new day. It's a new day. Yeah. Said, I'm married, and all my friends are still married. All of us walked in the building. We ain't get stabbed in the stomach. We all got our dick sucked and fucked the bubble ass. Usually, the argument is my man's walked in there and got his dick sucked and fucked the bubble ass. My other man went in there and he got his dick sucked too. And he fucked the bubble ass too. They ain't get stabbed in the stomach. So because I know them niggas, chances are I'm going to walk in this building and fuck the bubble ass too. You know, fuck numbers. Fuck numbers. Fuck what y'all niggas talking about. Y'all niggas is pessimists. Y'all niggas jaded. Y'all niggas ain't real niggas. Y'all niggas ain't real men. Y'all niggas gonna be out here with dry dick while I'm in there getting my dick sucked and fucking that bubble ass. Y'all gonna be mad. I'm gonna be fucking bubble ass and be out here lonely. That bubble ass gonna feel so good. It's gonna feel good. And y'all niggas gonna be mad. Y'all niggas mad. Ooh, they opening the door for me. Y'all niggas gonna stand out here and I'm gonna be in there fucking that bubble ass. I see y'all niggas later. And nigga walk in. Shank, shank. Shank, shank. Get thrown out the back door. You thought you was gonna get some bubble ass. You thought you was gonna be fucking. You thought you was gonna get some nice head and get some bubble ass. Nigga, you was wrong, nigga. Nigga, you part of that 80%. You out the back door. You come around bleeding like a motherfucker. You know what niggas gonna tell you? You should chose better, nigga. You should have chose better. Nigga, this your fault. Nigga, you should have waited 5 seconds. Your chances would have been better. Nigga, it's you. Nigga, it's you. It's your fault you got shank. It's not the niggas that shanked you. Nigga, it's you. You did it. You should shank. Niggas will watch you bleed. See the shank. Look at the nigga with the shank. They might know 5 more niggas that got shank. But niggas is gone in that building. Because they different. You got shank. It's your fault, nigga. You fucked up. You got shank. I'ma go in there. I'm getting the bubble ass, nigga. I'm getting my dick sucked. I'm getting the bubble ass, nigga. I ain't gonna be like you, nigga. I got game. You got shank. Why you going in there? I got shank. Niggas is getting shank. Because I want companionship and legacy. Maybe if I walk in there and I run, they're going to put phone books. They're going to put a phone book on their shirt. Phone books. I'm going to take me a prenuptial phone book and put it under my shirt. Shank in the back. Shank. The rent is too damn high. This is a Shawshank Redemption. Shank. Shank. Why? You know why? Because everybody it doesn't work for, oh, nigga, you fucked up. You wasn't a real nigga. You ain't have game, or you weren't making too much money, or you didn't do this, or you that. It's always it's your fault, nigga. You did it. You fucked up. Never the bitch. The bitches be she's a woman. She men are leaders. These fucking game coaches. Men are leaders. Nigga, you wasn't the leader. Maybe if you didn't, you wouldn't have got shank. Maybe if you was, you wouldn't have got shank. If you had, you wouldn't have got shank. Shank. Maybe it was the bitch. Get this nigga out of here. He's blaming women. Y'all niggas have been taught. You are a servant. You are to be of service. Huge amount of divorces happen because of money. Money. In one way or another. Spoke about this earlier with the crew. Money. That's in our relationships. Anybody else's relationships. Marriage, for the most part, ends financial issues. Our shit is a little different than other people's shit. My man said, what's a phone book? You know what a phone book is? Motherfuckers will get on this internet and see bitches do all manner of fuck shit to niggas and still want relationships. I just did this in my last live was about this. I'm past the pretty nigga versus, not so pretty niggas debate. I'm past that. Understand that uneducated lame, I see you. That's still a money issue. It's all financial. You got motherfuckers leading niggas astray. Control a bitch with the game. And then, if you're trying to control a bitch, You shouldn't be trying to control her. Ignore their body counts and all this other shit. My man is online. I ain't gonna say his name. My man is online telling niggas, oh, I'm gonna start telling women, don't tell niggas your body count. Hide it from them. You are a game coach for men saying that you are going to tell women, you are going to instruct women to deceive men into relationships. What kind of simp shit is this? What kind of simp shit is this? Game coaches out here telling motherfuckers to simp. You are coaching niggas to simp. You go into these relationships because you've been taught in order to be a good man, you have to be a self-defeating patriarch. You have to be a self-defeating patriarch. Not a patriarch in the way that other men can be patriarchs. You are to be a patriarch that serves. A lot of motherfuckers is dying early. Understand, you work all your life to support this family. Your whole life, you're the good black man. You're the patriarch. You make all this money. You pay for everybody's, college, and you keep the lights on. You keep it nice and warm in the cold weather. You keep it nice and cool in the summer. You do all that good shit. And then you get old, you might hit 40. You might hit 45. If you make it past your 40s, right? And there's a guy whose name was mentioned earlier, Super Simp Man, Mr. Brown, I'll call him Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown doesn't get to kick it with his family. And meet the Browns. Mr. Brown doesn't get to kick it with his family. 6 children. You got to work a whole lot to support 6 children. Oh, he's a patriarch. He talks shit about patriarchy, but he's definitely a patriarch. He's a self-defeating patriarch. You never get to enjoy the life that you're creating for your family. You never get to enjoy it. Your pride and righteousness comes from the work itself. You work yourself into a state of, unhealthiness. This idea that married men live longer, understand, then you can look this up, the stat that they've come up with saying that married men live longer. It's not compared to single men. They're comparing it to divorced men. Everybody lives longer than divorced men. Divorced men have to get remarried so they don't kill themselves. They have to get remarried so they don't kill themselves. Understand, the stat that's talking about married men live longer, they're comparing themselves to divorced men, not single men. Most of my guys are married, and I have better vitals than all of them. All of them. Shout out to my man, Deuce. he's gonna watch this shit later. My shout out to my man Deuce One. All right. Top of the building, Deuce One. You already know who that is. Shout out to my man Deuce One, straight out of CI, Long Island, New York. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I have better vitals than all of them. Married men make more money. They have to. We addressed this shit already. You're going to be working 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 hours to support that family if you want to give them something that when you pass away, because you're building a legacy, right? Well, legacies cost money. Top of the building says, sounds like you're trying to kill a black family. That shit don't need me to happen. Nobody needs Marcus to kill a black family. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. The death of the black family will not take place on YouTube. Yes, CS Banks. I knew that stat had to be bullshit. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I always say shit that has receipts. I don't want you to take what I say for face value. Look it up. Look it up. That stat is comparing divorced men to married men, and everybody lives longer than divorced men, especially single men. Especially single men. Looking for my ass. Oh, here we go. Especially single men. Single men ain't dealing with the stress, the overworking, and burnout that married men dealing with. Divorced men are broke. It's cheaper to keep her, is what Top of the Building says. Understand, if you like the taste of cat food, Fancy Feast, Friskies, any of that shit, understand, you better get used to that shit as a divorced man. If you like TV dinners and Salisbury steak, get married and get divorced. Understand that your chances at getting divorced and being suicidal are higher, because people say, oh, married men live longer. Okay, well, understand your chances of being a divorced married man is higher, right? So compare yourself to the single guy versus the divorced guy, just because understand it's an 80% chance your ass is going to be that guy. Don't bet on the stats of the married guy. Bet is you want to get married twice. Now you got to support your previous marriage and your current one, the children from the previous marriage and your current one. You got to support all that. Your ass is going to be Mr. Brown. Don't be Mr. Brown. Meet the Browns. Y'all want to be Mr. Brown? Understand, this is an American phenomenon. This is a Western phenomenon. So you better your chances at SYSBM. And for my man Top of the Building, who might not understand what SYSBM is, since he's so removed from this bullshit, that's my guy, but he does not deal with the realities of this shit. SYSBM means Save Yourself Black Man. Save yourself. If you like the taste, if you like the taste of microwave shit, if you like high blood pressure, you like eating high salt foods because, you know, a lot of motherfuckers is against cooking their own shit. Understand that this is your future. Why do men go into the building where they got an 80% chance of getting sheshank? It's a new shit. The sheshank. That's what real niggas do. That's what real men do. Real men risk getting sheshank. Y'all niggas is pussy. Y'all scared of getting sheshank. That's right. I'm pussy. I'm a bitch ass nigga. I don't want to get sheshank. Call me what you like. No matter what you call me, none of those words will sheshank me. Girlfriend, fuck buddy, all of that. Cool. No sheshank. Shout out to Diego. I see you. Could be hope that makes us dumb. Well, we've been taught the real niggas risk getting sheshank. How many of y'all have been shamed for being single or not wanting to deal with the bullshit? You a bitch ass nigga. You think you gonna get sheshank, nigga? You think you gonna get sheshank? Oh, why are you so scared? You owe it to risk getting sheshank. Oh, you're negative. You think you gonna get sheshank. Only 5% of the 20% of black men that are married are actually winning, mostly due to their status. The other 1% are just miracles. And the rest serve the high table. Shout out to my man Alexander Kelly. Let's read it. I'm 28. Pops died at 56. His dad died at 56. Both work to the bone and only get respect from the men they put on. There are aunties I don't talk to because of the disrespect to their name. I want men to understand that in real time, you will never get the love and the adoration and the passes given to mothers. You are not a mom. Alexander Kelly, thank you for that super chat and that comment. I appreciate that. Understand, you are not a mother. In black culture, mothers are black queen crack fiends. Tupac said it best. Even though you was a crack fiend, mama, you was still a black queen, mama. Nigga, you better not miss a recital. You better not miss a frisbee toss. You better not miss a birthday party. You better not miss nothing as a father. Mothers out here beating the skin off their children's ass, and I still love you, mama. You was correcting me. You got kids still loving a mama that sold them to the crack dealer for crack. Suck this nigga dick right quick. I need to get high. Mommy, I don't want to. Suck his dick. No, I got to get high. You better suck that dick. Yes, come and suck this dick, little girl. Suck it. You have virgin mouth. That's some sick shit. See, this is why you can't let me on shit like this. Forgiving your mama that sold you to the drug dealer for crack. It's our culture. But you can't miss a ball game. You can't miss a ball game as a dad. You miss a ball game, nigga, your ass will be in the 1-bedroom shack, 1-bedroom apartment at age 60. You could have paid all the light bills, all the gas bills, all of this, all of that. But that one thing that you didn't do, fuck daddy. That nigga's on some bullshit. I don't fuck with daddy. This motherfucker said, black men don't be there for their kids. This motherfucker take his kids to the Knick game. Said, black men don't be there for their kids. Motherfucker be at the Knick game on the floor with his kids. This motherfucker talking this shit here. The black men that do too much for his kids talk about black men don't be there for their kids. They be there. They be where they allowed to be. Understand? We haven't even gotten into denial of access and involvement with your legacy that you're trying to build. You have black men call their children their legacy, right? And you shoot your legacy out your dick. That's, black men's legacy, right? That's what black men call a legacy. I tend to disagree, but let's talk in the context of how black men talk about their children. They say the children are the legacy. Fuck that you leave your kids a legacy, but the children are the legacy in the black community. We know 50 Cent's legacy hates his fucking guts. We see this. We see it play out. And this motherfucker's a millionaire. We see it play out even with our most affluent black men. But we take our middle class, upper middle class black asses, and we still go into the building. Because we want to be the good black man. We want to be the patriarch to this, to this community on fire. It's on fire. This is what we need to do. And what do we get out of it? You ask any man, what is he getting out of it? You get the ability to say, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. He said, women must have hurt you bad. My man is fucking trolling the shit out of me. This is my guy. He said, women must have hurt you bad. You're hurt. Who hurt you? He's trolling, y'all. This is my guy. This is my man. He's playing. He's not serious, right? You know what I'm saying? Is that net season tickets? Yeah. Floor seats, right? Floor seats, right? It is fucking kids. Understand, right? Yeah, he's fucking around. Understand. Why? Like Dave Chappelle said, you get pissed on. You're getting pissed on. Motherfuckers pissing on your head. Move out the way. I don't need to get burned by the fire to know that it's hot. I'm seeing the other nigga get burnt up. I'm not going to do the shit he did, or maybe I'm fireproof. I'm different. Y'all niggas fucking up. I'm different. I'm going to prove you all wrong. I'm going to put my money on the roulette wheel and get a different outcome. Niggas is walking into the building wanting a different outcome than 80% of niggas. 80%. I'm just saying. I need niggas to make it make sense for me. The self-defeating patriarch. It's not about me. It's about everybody else. And at the end of it, you're 60, you're old ass. Mind you, this is something Hassani said earlier. Or one I forgot it was Hassani or Dom said, Big Mama house, right? Everybody having dinner at Big Mama house. How Big Mama get that house? Dead ass granddaddy. Granddaddy dead than a motherfucker. Everybody sitting in the Big Mama house. The granddaddy bust his ass all his life to buy and pay off. And it probably got paid off with the life insurance. Nigga died and paid off Big Mama. That ain't Big Mama house. That's Granddaddy house. They calling it Big Mama house. Granddaddy paid for that fucking house. That motherfucker died paying for that house. Died to pay it off. Probably was still making the payments on it. When he died, got the insurance policy, took the insurance, paid off the house. The nigga had to die to pay off the house. You finna have to die, nigga. Come on, daddy. Save the house. Just die already. So we can pay this house off, nigga. Don't grow old as an old man. All right? You will either, die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And you live long enough as daddy, oh, your ass will be hated. Your ass will be hated as daddy if you live long enough. You better die early. Let the memory of your ass as that hardworking, self-defeating patriarch be what they love. Everybody sitting at Big Mama house around that big ass table with a big picture of dead ass granddaddy hanging over the shit, and everybody praying, rest in peace, granddaddy, maybe. Oh, my man quoting a fucking classic. Can you do it? Not gonna be able to do it. Oh, that was my shit. Not gonna be able to do it. Can you do it? Not gonna be able to do it. Clutch a stick, nigga. He put the shit up tight. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I can't do nothing for you, man. 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 Big Mama house. Big Mama house. That's Granddaddy house. Granddaddy, dead body, paid for that house. Self-defeating patriarch. Your shit get paid off in death. Black Panther, Part 2. Wakanda Forever. Oh, we celebrate the dead ass, marred ass black man. You can finna die to have to get love as a black guy. You never get love in life, but you die and you pay shit off. Your death is productive. You get old enough, you can't produce no more. Your body ain't to where you can produce. Most people produce with these shits right here. Once these shits get weak in your old age, only shit you can produce at this point is die so we can get that last bit of provision from your ass. That last provision, that last payoff, that last check that comes when your ass go on the ground and we get the inheritance, the life insurance, the legacy. I want to leave my kids a legacy. You will, but your ass finna die first. You gonna finna have to die, nigga. Leave them legacy. Shank, shank. Shank, shank, nigga. Said granddaddy ain't cooking. It's grandma's house. Yeah, she cooking in that granddaddy house. Understand. This is what you sign up for. Kamikaze pilot, falling on swords. Y'all remember that shit. This is what y'all want. This is what you're going after. I ask men, why do you do it? Tell me what you get out of it. I want to know from the men in the chat. Everybody whose name is not top of the building. Tell me what you expect out of a marriage. Any marriage, not just a black woman marriage, any marriage. For those who I want to understand, my guys, for everybody who wants to get married and have kids and everything, what are you expecting as a man? What are you expecting out of marriage? I'm gonna read Clutching Sticks comment while we wait. Eating welfare turkeys out the can. Woo! Divorce life. I can't do nothing for you, man. You want $6 for what? You better, man. Kiss my butt. P.E. Flavor Flav. Whoa! Classic shit. Get up, get down. 911 is a joke. That was my shit from Flavor Flav. 911 is a joke. Classic. YouTube that when this stream is over. 911 is a joke. Now one is a joke. Yo, it's my shit. What are you expecting as a black man? Somebody tell me. For guys who still aspire, because I understand, you got a lot of black men who want, even if they marry out, date out, whatever. What are you aspiring? Like, what is your return as a married black man? I'm trying to understand. Because I know what the women get out of it. I'm trying to understand, what are you getting? Shout out to black men being brutally honest. What are you getting as a black man in this deal? I want to understand. Somebody sell it to me. Sell me marriage. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring my good friend Hassani into here if he is available. All right, my guys, where are you? Bishop X, where are you? I want someone to tell me. Sell it to me, man. What do you get? What do you get? Is there something that I'm missing? I mean, okay, guys might say, well, in-house pussy. No, you're in the house with some pussy. In the house with pussy ain't the same as in-house pussy. Excuse me. Right? So I want first, I want to bring people in, like, I'm gonna try to bring my man Hassani in here first, right? Because he's a guy, he's in a relationship. He's a guy, he's in a relationship. I want to understand the relationship guys, I want to understand their thought process. Like, what do you get? What do you get that I don't? I'm a single guy, like, you might say, well, we get meals cooked for us. Big fucking deal. Big fucking deal. I don't give a fuck about that. That's some shit. What do you get in a marriage that you do not get as a single guy? So I'm gonna paste this. Hassani, I hope you're still around. I just sent you the link. I want you to come up in here and tell me what you get as a married man. So Clutch and Stick says, I'm 55. I got nothing left in the tank. Average black man, I'm just trying to spread my seed without child support at this point. I guess you do. I suggest you do that outside the country, sir. I'm trying to understand. Please, fellas, tell me. What do you get out of marriage? What do you get? That 20% that fucks the bubble ass and gets they dick sucked. Understand, you can get your bubble ass and dick sucked without going in the building and risking getting stabbed. There's bubble asses out here, nigga. There's Cherokee, the ass, bubble asses out here. What's in there that's not out here? Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me. I'm trying to understand. Somebody sell it to me. Sell me the dream. Outside of the idea that you will be the better man, We're approaching 2 hours. Outside of the idea that you're gonna work, like my man said, work your fingers to the bone until you maybe 56. Maybe. You'd be lucky. Mr. Brown is in the truck most of the time. He eats a lot of fast food. I'm sure if he's not pre-diabetic or he doesn't have heart disease or something like this, understand that being on the road and working that much, you don't have healthy food choices when you're working that much. Understand. So they just want in-house pussy. That's what it's about at the end of the day. But half the time they don't get that. We talked about sexless marriages. Sexless. There's a lot of marriages where niggas are not fucking their wives. Married 20 years ain't saying nothing because according to stats, 9 times out of 10, you ain't fucking. Keep it 100. Marcus Aurelius Fried Teriyaki Simp. Now streaming. So my man says, union of families, networking, and skills. So that's what you're looking for in a marriage. So networking with who? Because understand, in our existence, right? In our community, like ain't really too much of that. Outside of our community, networking and skills. Are we still doing that? Are we still doing that? I'm going to be as bold to say. That a lot of guys that are seeking these arrangements, that they're trying to like escape the dating shit. So whatever hardships that they're having dating, they're trying to escape that through marriage. The whole dating, meeting the girl, this and that, trying to smash, all of that. They're trying to escape that sort of thing by, okay, I'm in the club, I'm gonna meet a bitch at the club, take her home, she's mine. And hopefully I won't have to come back to the club to look for a new pussy. Now, the motherfucker that has no problem finding new pussy, you got to convince his ass to get married. Unless he was taught, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to abandon easily achieved new pussy to get married because that's what the good man does. I'm trying to understand. Why that guy would get married. I understand that the guy that is struggle dating, and when I say struggle dating, I don't mean because you broke, nigga. I mean that you're struggling in dating. Like, pussy is a steep hill for you. Or dealing with chicks, you know, the whole dating thing. Because we like to say, oh, you know, companionship and, you know, legacy sounds good on paper. You want to know who you're fucking that night. You don't want to have to go look for it. You want the bitch right there. You don't want, you know, maybe pussy, prepaid pussy, going out on dates on the off chance that you might fuck. You want to be able to come home and there's a chick already there, right? There's a chick already there, and your chances of fucking her are high because she is there with you in your house. Hopefully, maybe. Yes, Alexander Kelly. Maybe if you're a good guy, maybe your wife will give you some pussy. Behave, nigga. Or you will be part of that 80%. or you will be part of that 80%. The niggas in the 80% didn't know they was going to be in the 80%. Every nigga in the 80% thought that when he met his woman, he would be part of that 20%. Said, hey, convenient pussy is convenient. Convenient pussy is convenient. Shit, there's a lot of convenient pussy outside of marriage, man. Bitches still smoke crack, right? Did I say that shit out loud? Bitches still smoke crack, right? They still have crack whores, right? Gigi, I'm gonna bring you up in here, man. I'm gonna send you the link. I need somebody to come here and talk some shit. I'm trying to understand, I want to understand. The bitches still smoke crack in 2022, right? Or they get high on something that they need to suck dick for, right? That's convenient. See, when me and my niggas was younger, like, shit, we was in our late teens. Oh, man, I ain't saying on there. There was a woman in the building. It was a married woman in the building sucking everybody dick. Shout out to Deuce What. He gonna get to this part of the video. You know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Sucking everybody dick. Oh, such and such, Mr. Such and such wife. Oh, man. Sucking everybody dick. That shit was convenient as hell. We was kids. We ain't have much money. Shit. But that shit was enough. My man clutches stick. Let me see. Says, because your love is why I live. Do you believe in love and the BS promise that it gives? I want to love you for, oh shit. I would love you for life. My man blowing Jodeci up in this motherfucker. Coochie is easy to get, way easier than when I was younger. Well, shit. Talk to some of these niggas. They beg to differ. They was popping off of toilet paper just 2 years ago. Whatever you want. Tony. Oh, Hassani is in the building. Hassani.
I got to come in here and defend love and marriage. God darn it.
Yes. Every day I got to prove my love. I got to fight to prove my love.
So I have two stances, right?
Okay, so before you get started, I want everyone to understand where you're going with this. I want to reiterate. Okay, before you hold that thought, I want to reiterate. Hassani is here to explain the mentality of the man that walks in the building to risk Shashank for marriage. Break it down, sir.
I'm pro relationship. All right.
Absolutely.
I'm pro family.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not pro how we doing it now. That's my stance.
Elaborate, sir. For everyone listening to you, elaborate.
Now, if we were white, which most of us aren't, and this was 100 years ago, us being the white male, my wife's dowry and all of her dad's money got given over to me as the husband to take in the wife. I went out and I worked. You stayed home and you did whatever. If I decided to throw you away for a younger chick when I was in my 40s, that would be wrong. That would be a breach of contract. And this is why we came up with child support, alimony. Unfortunately, we're not all white. And this is not 1822. So now we have laws that are that ancient to govern us. Hence why, as soon as we had divorce, no fault divorce, all of a sudden the black divorce rate shot through the roof. I mean, we all know people who got divorced for bullshit reasons. So now it's too much of a risk for your average Joe Blow black man to go out and get married when they could just stay single and, and crush it.
So let me address Alexander Kelly. Soon as I come home from work has got to be the simpest record ever. Like in the top 10 of all time simp records. Babyface takes the cake with As Soon As I Come Home from Work. We're gonna make this a thing. I want everyone to think of the most simpiest baby please, baby please R&B record. Shout out to Belle Biv DeVoe. That was like, me and the crew used to do her. That's the type of shit that was represented. Belle Biv DeVoe was the first Jodeci. These motherfuckers, Babyface and a few others, simping like a motherfucker. Shout out to the Green Gorilla who's in the building. Gigi, please tell me, why are these niggas walking into the Shank building?
I mean,
Shank?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
It could be a little louder, but
Oh, sorry about that, but yeah,
it's all good.
they've fallen into it because that's what they've been socialized to do. And
Yes, sir.
Having a relationship with somebody that's loyal, that actually has your interest in mind, that's cool. But I mean, the way relationships are coded now, it's like they feel like they're a prize, and you're supposed to go above and beyond duty to make sure that they're happy and all their needs are taken care of. Like, who the fuck? That's a child. That's what you do for a child. You provide sustenance and you make sure that their needs are taken care of. But there's a difference, though, because with a child, you're rearing them to become independent and to be able to take care of themselves. But this shit today, man, it's like, I can't really tell you, man. I was socialized in an era where it was expected that you would get married because our parents were married.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But today, it's a whole different ball game, man. These women are like, I can do it myself. You know, I don't need a nigga. I don't need you for monetary gain or anything, but I demand it of you nonetheless. If I'm gonna fuck with a man, he's got to be able to do it. You know, a relationship is supposed to be something that you engage in. It's an agreement, especially marriage. Like, it's supposed to be an agreement to live a life with somebody, and for better or worse, for rich or for poor, whatever, sickness and in health, you're supposed to stick with them. But 80%, that means shit. As soon as there's a flag, and as soon as there's an issue or a problem, I'm dipping. And I'm gonna hop on a new nigga's dick.
But if it works out,
but
it could benefit your life greatly.
How so? Make some good. Make it good. Make it good.
I'll go anecdotal. When I was 20 is when I got with my first ex, right? I didn't have enough money to live by myself. We lived together. We split chores. That got me from my 20s, and you're not even out of college yet. You still have college loans, you still have car loans, all that stuff.
Why not a roommate? Why you and your mans can't split a spot, roommate to roommate, and do that same shit?
Because there's a certain degree of, we all could have a man. I guess you could live with your mans, but there's a certain degree of finality.
No homo.
Oh no, no doubt.
Okay, I just want to, what I'm saying.
There is a certain degree of intimacy and finality that when you're playing that marriage role or that wifey role with a woman, like, you're not going to split a credit card with your mans. You're not going to split a bank account with your mans.
Why not?
It's for men. It's just not. That's not how it's done. Like, I wouldn't even do that with my brother. But when you're living with a woman, if that's your girl, you will split bills. You will share a bank account. I can tell you that going through that first, you guys we're all the same age here. Going through that first recession, 2001 and 2008, I'm glad I had a partner during both of those times because shit was lean for everybody.
So you basically saying relationships are for struggling people.
Relationships, I mean, you could look at it both ways. There is no rich man out there that isn't benefited by a good woman making his life easier. If the woman's not making your life easier, that's a different story. But when they're working with you, everything gets easier. I
What does a rich man's wife do to make the rich man's wife life easier?
I don't want to classify myself as rich, but I worked a very nice paying job downtown this year. I had an hour and a half commute to get all the way down there with, mass transit. Okay. I worked the night shift. My partner did simple things like cook, laundry, you know, uh, mail, just simple stuff. So that
Okay.
it allowed me to focus on working, and I was able to work a lot of overtime, and I was able to, keep this nice job. But she helped out with some of the domestic stuff. I could have come home and done the laundry myself and ran to the laundromat and all that, but I had her to split the household chores with me, which made my life a lot easier this past year.
So here's my response to that, right? Because I'm gonna keep on throwing darts at your
That's cool.
points here.
That's cool.
Uh, in my teenage years, I discovered that if you pay them, the people at the laundry will wash, dry, and fold your shit for you. So what I want to hear is something that is worth the high price that men pay. And having a bitch do my laundry and wash dishes is not that. Understand that in the 2000s, we have dishwashers and we have washing machines, and you ain't got to babysit your clothes and your dishes anymore. This is the future. Motherfuckers ain't rubbing clothes on some shit like this and hanging them on the
No.
clothesline no more. We are in 2022 with machines that do a lot of shit bitches used to do.
Correct.
And you ain't got to marry these machines, and you ain't got to divorce them and pay alimony to them and none of that shit, right? So what I'm trying to understand is, and a lot of guys are married to women that do none of this shit. There's no guarantee that your woman is going to do it. You're saying, well, if she cooperates, that's the same as Shashank. Maybe you get Shashank. Maybe you marry a motherfucker and she don't do none of this shit that you're saying, well, this shit has to happen in order for it to work. Understand? Men walk into this thinking that these things are going to work this way, and
they don't.
Most of the time it doesn't work that way. So you're going to say something, Gigi?
No, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I will say something, man. Look, you got three types of relationships, man. I said this shit before, man. You got relationships based on pleasure. You got relationships based on utility, and this is basically, he's basically comparing marriage to a utility. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you have pleasure, utility, and then you have true friendship.
Right.
Okay? Now, ideally, what you're supposed to have is a true friendship where
right.
That's what the vows are supposed to be constitutive of or illustrative of. Like, who else fucks with you when the pleasure and the utility is gone than a true friend? Nobody does, other than a true friend. So your partner that you marry is supposed to be somebody who's your true friend. But these motherfuckers are like, look, they coming out the gate telling you, it ain't about friendship to me. It's about utility to me. I don't want a nigga like this. I don't want a nigga like that. Just listen to the shit that they're saying. Okay?
He's right.
So at the end of the day, why would you sign up? And I'm not saying I haven't signed up for it before. I've been in long-term relationships with women. I got 2 children. You know what I'm saying? I was married before, got divorced. But
Right.
but you know, the woman I divorced wasn't, you know, like an asshole trying to, you know, hit me up for unreasonable demands. But the first one, I ain't even married that bitch, and she still was on some old I could leverage the system against this nigga type shit. So you know, and I met that bitch. You know, she was, man. We were both young, man. She was working at the Office Depot. I went in that motherfucker to buy a computer stand, and she was all up on me and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. She was cute as a motherfucker, and I'm like, okay, well, I looked around the counter and she had that bubble ass, and I was like, oh, oh, something new has been added. And then you know,
Right.
hey, so you know, we engaged in that, and then you know, we was together for 4 years before the kid arrived. That's when the bullshit started. It was like, oh, you supposed to do X, Y, and Z for me just because, you know. I'm like, well, hey, wait a minute, man. I'm trying to plan this shit. You know, I'm the brains of the operation, so let me do my brain work. You trying to take us down some path that's gonna leave us in debt, or you know, or have us, you know, gasping for air. I'm not for what you're talking about. And then I'm the one you asking to bankroll the shit. So no, I just don't agree with it. I ain't about to do it.
Wait.
So-
Gorilla,
so-
can we
right.
ask a question real quick? So wait, the finances were one way and she was letting you plan, correct? In the beginning?
Man, look, she was living in my crib.
Uh-huh.
She ain't had no motherfucking bills, for real. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? I mean, like, you know, we ain't had to, look, my people left some property, okay? So we ain't got to do nothing but pay utilities. We ain't got to pay no rent. We ain't got to do shit, okay? All we got to do is just work on our shit. How many people get a fucking golden ticket like that?
Not very many in our culture, sir.
So we got the golden ticket, and you still bitching. Like, man,
So did she want more than she originally wanted? Because that's another thing we were talking about today.
man, the crux of the matter was this motherfucker wanted a brand new car. She already had a car. I'm like, man, look, we about to roll. You about to roll that motherfucker till the wheels fall off. All that old, you know, I want this, I want that, motherfucker. You got a champagne taste and a beer budget. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in graduate school. You in school. You in college. Fuck all the bullshit. I'm not trying to buy a fucking car right now. I'm not trying to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not trying to buy a car. So at the end of the day, she fucking was like, I want this, I want that. I'm like, man, fuck all that. You wasn't doing that shit when you know, you wasn't doing that shit prior. But now you doing all this shit? Like, what? And it only started when the shorty got involved. Before that, I mean, you know, we had issues, but it wasn't nothing serious. But then when that shit came into play, oh man, the issues got super serious. I'm like, this bitch using this kid as a bargaining chip. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I'm like, you know, and I didn't marry her because, again, like Marcus said, you know, I probably was a little bit of an asshole. I probably should have, you know, according to like my own standards or whatever at the time, I probably should have just gave her a commitment long term to let her know I wasn't gonna like just leave her in the dust. But you know, at the end of the day, man, like that bitch knew I wasn't going nowhere. She knew I wasn't about to bounce on her ass and leave her out there with a shorty. That was my first shorty too. I wasn't about to leave her out there like struggling trying to figure it out. But that bitch decided she could figure it out for herself. And once she left, man, ain't no coming back, bro. You're not about to slob on knives and be out there, you know, doing the reverse cowgirl and then come back to me like I'm taking the leftovers after we done had a shorty. No, ma'am. You can go kick rocks. You go do what you've been doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Finish. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, relationships are supposed to be such with a woman in marriage or, you know, serious relationships is supposed to be some shit like we friends for real. Like whatever trouble come our way, we gonna handle it like Bonnie and Clyde.
Yep.
But that ain't how I go. That's not the game, bro.
Not.
So, Hassani, I just want to get this clear. Your argument so far, like he said, is utility. In other words, you're marrying a housekeeper roommate.
No, I wouldn't go that far. You're
go ahead.
I'm just talking about my particular situation. My woman's from another culture, so she's very she likes domestic stuff. All right, and she will do domestic stuff.
So,
all right,
but understand.
But I've been in other relationships and I've been married.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm saying the point of relationships to me is to have somebody that can help you make your life easier. I
Oh,
feel over the
okay.
last 5,000 years, men and women have evolved to be complementary. So things that there are some times where maybe I'm being a little bit too much of an asshole. A woman could bring some compassion to it. Okay, cool. Working
Huh?
out,
Wait, you said okay.
sometimes I'm too much of an asshole and too analytical.
To
Sometimes I
who?
just to anybody in general in a situation. Sometimes you need some situations need a woman's touch. I know what you're saying. Sometimes things can be aggravated by a woman's touch. It
That's
depends
not
on
what I was gonna say. I'm what I was. Okay, so before I get to that part of it,
all right.
you said women are here to make our lives easier, right?
Yeah.
Now, in recent times, these services that women are supposed to be performing are not being performed for the most part, right? For the most part, if you're lucky, you get a woman to perform them, or you get her to perform them in the short term. But what I'm saying is, with what I'm trying to understand is, with all the things that we understand can happen to men in a marriage, do you think that trade, like you're saying, you know, shout out to Aaron Peters. Let me shout out my super chat. Aaron Peters, appreciate the work, you and Gigi's work. I appreciate you and I appreciate your super chat. Gigi, he's shouting you out there. Definitely
Shout out to
check
Aaron.
out the green. Check out, I'm sorry, man. Check out the Green Gorilla channel.
Shout out to Aaron Peters, man. Look, let me just say this, right? I think, and this is, this is why today I probably should have went on and did the show, but I opted not to because it's a Saturday and I ain't feel like doing the shit. But tomorrow I'll probably do it. A lot of black men have the idea that their masculinity is connected to being able to do what
And that's what
middle.
we're talking about.
Well,
Yeah,
well, well,
absolutely.
well, well, don't let me finish. See, their idea of masculinity is connected to what bourgeois white men were able to do for their women. Okay, but black people never lived in a world like that. Okay, so I mean, I understand what your boy is saying. Women, black men and black women have always had to work together in order to be able to subsist. And black women have always been employed. Like the idea that black women were like these kept women and shit and didn't have, the ability to go to work and to sign contracts and to be able to get property and all this kind of shit. That shit was never a reality for black women. It just wasn't, man.
Sometimes they made more. Shit.
I
They had,
understand, but that's historic. That's historical. What I'm listen,
Talking about right now.
I'm talking about right now, and
Okay.
we could talk about the histories and this and that, and we've covered all these things already. What I'm trying to understand is, with all the real shit facing black men and just men in general in 2022, I'm trying to get a better response than a bitch going to wash some dishes and pay half the rent for me. Because earlier I said, is marriage a struggle thing? You said, well, you're not rich, but rich. Because rich men, them women are not washing dishes and contributing to shit. So let's say that, right? Right. So,
let me
What are you
rephrase.
defining as rich?
well, rich, like a motherfucker that can afford someone to come in and do that shit, servants and shit like that, right? I'm not gonna say a number. We know what rich is, right? Men who are rich and can afford housekeepers and servants and shit like that. Those women are not doing these. All a rich a man's wife has to do is fuck her husband. We know this shit already. That bitch ain't doing a bunch of extra housework and shit. Nah, it's not happening. What I'm saying is, what I want to understand is that even for like a guy like you're saying, well, it's cool to have help. When you're working that much time and you're making X amount of money, understand you also can afford these things. If you're living by yourself, you're not causing that much. You know, your house, your place doesn't need that much maintenance when it's just one person living there. Okay, so the things that you're saying comes with having a wife to do this stuff. It, to be honest, paying someone to do that, right, eliminates the dice flip, you know, the dice throw or the coin flip of you being that motherfucker that gets shank, right? So I'm trying to understand, what is the big thing that makes it worthy of that Russian roulette chance that you're taking, putting a ring on a chick finger, and it has to be more than housework, and it has to be more than half the rent and shit like that. There has to be more than that. I need a
Marcus,
better,
come on, bro.
better argument.
Let's be honest here, man.
Yes, let's do that.
Motherfuckers want to get married, man, because they do want to have not just pussy, but they want a woman, because to them, a woman makes them feel like a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep this shit a buck, man. Like, you can
have that outside of marriage. Understand, when I say marriage, I'm not saying a relationship. I'm talking about on paper, license and everything, marriage. I'm not talking about a nigga just single out here with a dry dick. I'm saying, why the state sanctioned relationship as opposed to, oh, I got a girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, we cohabitate, live domestically. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about marriage.
I get it, bro. Look, I get it, but you just want me to dig into the psychology of why, man. Let me use ghetto language here, man, because, you know, let me let the G come out. Niggas, you know, first of all, niggas got a hesitancy to get married. Most niggas. Now, I ain't gonna say all niggas, but most niggas have a hesitancy, especially if they're young and they, like you said, they getting pussy. They gonna be like, don't fence me in. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, women have a way of being like, well, I don't want just to be one of your bitches. You know, I want to be that girl, or whatever the case may be. And, you know, niggas relent and they let that shit get to them. And the next thing you know, they done agreed to some shit that ain't working to their advantage. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know, a lot of men are either shamed or not, I ain't gonna say coerced, but they're nudged into being, you know, in a marriage with a woman, man. You know, like, I was resistant against the shit, like I said, with my first baby mama, man. I'm like, man, look, we'll get married sometime down the road. For all this shit ain't necessary. All that paperwork shit, it ain't necessary. You know what I'm saying? But for a woman, it's stability for them because they know they can freak the system and get some shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? It's like a insurance policy for them. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't one for you. It ain't an insurance policy for you.
I know what the other side gets. What I'm trying to is a bunch of men in here. What I'm trying to understand is,
I'm telling you, niggas get coerced into that shit because basically these women are like, look, you want to keep getting the pussy, you want to keep, you know, me happy and satisfied. Well, this is what I want.
I said at the top of this cast, I made an analogy about going to a building, get stabbed in your shit twice, and I asked how many men could be coerced, because I made the you know, I addressed that. I made the, you know, narrative about, you know, you ain't a man unless you want to take the chance of going there, or you scared to go in there. All this peer pressure. I don't think that there's enough peer pressure. And I use that analogy because when you take it out of the context of marriage, everybody in their right mind says, I'm not going into a building with 80% of it is 80% chance I'm going to get stabbed in the stomach twice with a dirty shank. Everybody understands why they wouldn't want to do that. 80% is very high, right? But understand this. What I'm saying is, and you know, even with all the pressure that men get to get married or go through to get married, that same pressure applied to you walking into a building and getting stabbed 80% of the time, niggas ain't gonna do it. But you understand what I'm saying? So understand, yeah, niggas ain't gonna do it. You a bitch, man. You pussy, man. Go in there, you know what I'm saying? You gonna fuck that bubble ass and get head. Niggas are gonna be like, nah, nigga. 80% chance I'm gonna get stabbed. I'm gonna throw Dr. Tucson Johnson's quote, on the screen. Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good? Yeah, Dr. T, don't go nowhere because we get reckless right now. I'm trying to understand, and then I'm gonna read some comments. I'm trying to understand. Okay, well, if I said 80% chance that your ass is gonna get stabbed and pressured you, and Gigi, you a punk, man. You scared of getting stabbed. I thought you was a real G. Nigga, you gonna be like, nigga, fuck you. I ain't walking in that building, nigga. You walk in that building.
Now, you know what? The odd thing about that pressure shit is that, like, growing up, man, I've never had any guys in my clique, my circle, just my group of guys, man, to ever say, hey, man, you need to go ahead and put a ring on that. Like, I ain't no dude ever came to me like, man, you need to marry that girl. You need to man up. I've never heard no shit like that.
We talking about pressure, though.
So the pressure, where's the pressure coming from? That's the question. Okay, so the black nationalists could say that the pressure is we need black love in order to be able to have a black nation.
Right.
Okay,
right.
all right. Well, first of all, how many niggas got black nationalist friends saying some shit like that for real, dog?
It doesn't matter where the pressure's coming from. No, I don't care if it's, the Dora Milaje. You like, fuck y'all bitches. I'm not going in that building.
Well, I get it, but
right?
Again, Marcus, you're an overly rational guy. Most niggas ain't rational, man, and most black men anyway, man, willing to take the risk.
I understand that.
Unfortunately, I mean, it just is what it is. Like, I've always said this shit. Human beings, man, don't work off maxims. And what is a maximum? Let me explain it. I know I'm getting cerebral, but follow me.
All right.
People don't work off maxims. Like, it's my policy to do action A and circumstance C in order to bring about end E. That's not how human beings operate. Human beings operate on habit, cruise control, autopilot.
I get it.
So motherfuckers ain't like the average black man, I guarantee you, doesn't have the statistics. Like, 80% of marriages fail.
No, I disagree. Listen.
Most black, like, take a nigga from the trap, dog. Like, I got partners that's still there, bro. Like, we could talk about how women ain't X, Y, and Z. These bitches be divorcing. They not going to speak in terms of statistics and run down, like, what are the odds that this shit will work or not work. And like you said earlier, you asking for the reason why. I'm explaining to you why motherfuckers will do it.
No,
now, you might disagree with it, but you might challenge the explanation.
No, what I'm challenging is that you think that guys don't have this information with all this internet shit that's going on. Like, niggas are well aware it is that they think that it's not going to be them, and that's the irrational part of it. Like, I agree with you with the irrationality aspect of it. I believe that they know, though. I think that a lot of guys understand, even if they don't know the exact numbers, they know that there's high potential that marriage does not work. Very high. They understand that, and they understand all the pitfalls that come with it. They just don't think that they're going to be that motherfucker get shanked.
Of course not. Like, I mean, why? First of all, motherfuckers have, motherfuckers decide to do this shit in the honeymoon stages of relationships anyway. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, why even go in? Like, the average motherfucker that marries his chick, I guarantee you he marries her within, like, the first 2 to 3 years where everything is cool, the pussy's still cool, it's brand new to a certain extent, it ain't worn out, you ain't been living around this bitch for about 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years, you ain't got tired of each other yet. So it's still somewhat new. You know what I'm saying? Like, but after 7, 8, 9, 10 years, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to a relationship. But I ain't gonna even look. You are right. Motherfuckers think it ain't gonna happen to me. I got this shit down pat. Like, it's like the dope dealer. Why do niggas sell dope when they know that most often you're gonna either end up dead in jail? Cause it's a high ass reward with a high ass risk.
No, listen. There's no high reward. See, the dope dealer analogy is dope. Pardon the pun. Let me tell you the difference. And I want Hassani to chime in on this, because Hassani, who were we talking with? Where was it you that pulled somebody off the street and asked them the percentage of divorces?
Yes, I did.
That was you.
That was me.
Yo, bro, I mean, in real time, he stopped the guy on the street and asked him what the divorce rate was. What the guy say?
And he said, oh, well, in the black community, it's about 70%. And he
Was
said,
this
I'm one. It was a black dude. And
right?
he said, oh, he was like, with us, it's about 70%.
So understand the question that I'm asking.
People know the answer.
What? No. Listen. Yeah, people know the answer about the percentage of divorce, but what I'm trying to understand, and no one has been able to communicate it to me, is we talk about the dope game, high risk, high reward. There's a high reward connected to the dope game. What is the high reward?
That bubble ass, that lifelong. Look,
no. Pussy easy to get, right?
Not for everybody.
Not for everybody. Well, shit, you telling me, look, not for everybody, but yo, all the shit that you might have to endure dealing with a marriage if the shit don't work out, you telling me that's the high reward? Shit.
Hey, Corrupt. I understand what you're saying, dog. You know what I'm saying? So you find you a girl that you lie. You can't make a whole housewife. I get it. Look, you act like I'm new to the game or something. Like I ain't.
No.
But all I'm saying is I'm trying to give you an understanding of why certain dudes.
Listen, I
okay,
understand.
So put it this way. I already told you it's 3 types of relationships. You got you got them based on pleasure.
Right.
They're based on either utility.
Right.
Or they're based on real friendship. Okay. So niggas be like, oh, that's my boo-boo. Like Method Man. You're all I need to get by. Like they think they got. It's motherfuckers.
I get it.
They think they got that down ass Bonnie. But in reality, what they got is Minnie the Moocher. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because at the end of the day, man, look, all I'm trying to say is, if it's the case that, like, okay, the guy's on the panel right now, what's his name? Hassani, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, okay, Hassani, if it's the case that you find a woman that gives you pleasure, she's a pleasure to be around, also provides utility, and she's a friend, wouldn't you say you won?
I would.
If it goes cool, if you found a friend that provides utility, you won, right? And that motherfucker's a friend, you are, because all the pleasure and utility are gained through friendship. True friendship, it's constitutive of it. So motherfuckers have the audacity to think that I found that bitch. I found her. That's why you can't tell me there's any man out there that was gonna marry a woman, knowing all the pitfalls and the shit that exists out there, that don't think that they found that bitch and that she ain't gonna be like that.
I don't think
there's definitely men that walk into marriage with bullshit, like with drama in a relationship and still get married. But what I'm saying is this, G and Hassani, understand this. There's motherfuckers out here that been in 20 plus year long-term relationships, ain't never walked down no aisle, signed no paperwork, none of that shit. What I'm trying to understand is, with all this modern shit in play, right? All of that shit we talking about, the utility, the real friend shit, right? Which, of course, like understand, G, that I understand everything you're saying. Don't think that I'm lost. Like, these are questions that I just want guys to think about, right?
For sure.
Right? So understand, right? So the utility part, right? Marriage does not offer, that's not a high reward for the risk.
No,
right?
It's not.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. The what is the other thing? The pleasure part is not a high reward for the risk.
I'm just giving you the rationale, bro.
I understand the rationale. What I'm trying to understand is shout out to Dominique Huff, that motherfucker getting bread. I understand that motherfuckers going to the casino and throw 50 grand on the table
Oh, that's crazy.
On a blackjack or a roulette game with the high risk, but there's a high reward. Any other analogy that we want to make in comparison to this, there's a high reward. Even if there's a high risk, niggas don't do shit else that has a high risk and a low reward. Can we think of something else? Somebody in the chat or one of us, give me an analogy of a low risk, of a high risk, low reward scenario outside of marriage. High risk, low reward scenario.
Oh, I can tell you a whole bunch of that shit.
So give me, you the man, give me one. Give me an analogy, high risk, low reward. Just one.
Construction work, goddammit.
Now, don't they get paid more than the average motherfucker? No.
Shit, that shit ain't really worth it for real.
Not constitute for what you're risking. No.
Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you one even better. One even better. How about this? Armored truck driver.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Armored truck driver.
$17 an hour.
Yeah.
Shit, sometimes not even.
Hey, I'll give you one better than that. Security of Family Dollar.
Y'all niggas wanted to be one way.
No, but I mean, you know, bruh, look.
You wanted to be one way.
I get it, man. Like, I would encourage, like, but here's the thing, man. Most motherfuckers don't realize too. Like, staying with a bitch for like 4 or 5 years, that's your wife, dog. By the state,
how many?
We don't.
How many states?
Yeah, common law is not common.
How many? Yeah, how many states is common law? You know the answer to that, Asani.
Yeah, common law is not that common.
Yeah, common law is not that common. So, and if you live in a common law state, I
did. So
okay, so then you probably would be moved to move.
Yeah, I was.
Either move out the state or move out that bitch house or move her fuck out your house. At the end of the day,
never stayed in a motherfucking woman's house. Man.
Yeah, it's 7 years and it's only 11 states, 11 states: Colorado, Iowa, Kansas.
So
Montana,
which
nobody lives there.
Which one of these high risk, low reward situations have any of us volunteered for? I want to hear this.
Just marriage.
Outside of marriage. What? I'm fucking up over here. High risk, low reward situations outside of marriage have black men signed up for. In the chat, please give me all the high risk, low reward shit that you signed up for in your life. Anybody on the, in the panel, off the panel, whoever. High risk, low reward shit.
I think it's so sad that we have married black men in here and formerly married black men in here, and we have no real answer.
No answer.
I see Dr. Johnson up here crying.
He's cracking the fuck up. Everybody shout out Dr. Johnson.
Shout out to Dr. Johnson, man.
Shout out to Dr. Johnson. Chat, please shout out Dr. Johnson, because I like when he comes in here and here's my fuggery.
What's up, homie?
I appreciate when Dr. Johnson and the BGS Idmore come and hear me talk the fuck shit that I talk.
But yeah, bro, look, at the end of the day, man, like, marriages, man, for real, like, motherfuckers want to explain this shit by means of logic and rational principles and shit, but motherfuckers be marrying bitches because she make me feel like, ooh, yeah. That, you know what I'm saying? She got you feeling like, make you feel like you on top of the world type shit. You know what I'm saying?
My man said, wearing jewelry in the Bronx. Woo, shit. Wearing Bronx or nothing. Outspoken introvert says, wearing jewelry in the Bronx. Yeah, that's some high risk, low reward shit. Maybe Marisol or one of them motherfuckers on the 6th line to fuck with you. But that's some high risk, low reward shit. Let's go through some of these comments. I know somebody taking hard drugs. Jamfar, I got you on the link because I want you in here. You be saying some shit. Reckless driving. All right. Going raw. Joining the army during wartime. Tower technician. Okay. Said most women go into the marriage planning her escape from the jump. Most believe men are easily replaced. Okay. Pull out game. High risk, low reward. Right. Okay, so the army at first, but honestly, it turned out to be a high reward at the end. Wearing jewelry in the Bronx. Wearing jewelry in the Bronx. This is by far the funniest response. Wearing jewelry in the Bronx. You can say, "Oh shit, yeah, that's some high risk, low reward shit."
As opposed to Queens, like what's the fucking difference?
No, you ain't never been to New York, then.
No, I ain't been to New York. I ain't been to New York.
Hassani's from New York. He'll explain it to you.
The Queens must be the suburbs then. Some shit
like Queens, it is like suburbs. It's like suburbs. You'll be okay in Queens.
Southside Jamaica or some shit.
Everything in the Bronx, it's like visiting Beirut. I'm sorry, y'all in the Bronx. I sometimes go up there, but it's like Beirut.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Put it this way. The reason why he said Marisol, because I mean it's so poor up there. That's where all the immigrants go, and they plop down there.
Understand, to everybody that's seen the Joker movie, the Joker, right? With Joaquin Phoenix. He's running from the police, tripping over garbage bags. Yeah, that's the Bronx. You couldn't have shot a movie that's supposed to depict whatever the late 70s, early 80s in any other borough but the Bronx.
That's so sad, but so true.
The Bronx is the last of old New York. The big staircase he's dancing on and all that shit is the Bronx.
It's the birthplace of hip hop, man. Shit.
Allegedly.
South Bronx. South Bronx.
Allegedly.
But man, I mean, hey, man, motherfuckers feel like they can take that crap shoot, man, and I agree with you though, man. Like it's not really worth the risk because at the end of the day, man, you're gonna be left like paying child support, man, sitting outside on your porch, wherever you're living at or your apartment complex, sipping a motherfucking cup of coffee or a beer,
right?
Thinking what the fuck went wrong, and then you got to go pay child support, and you're gonna be eating them hungry mans and shit.
So you guys want to hear a horror story? The guy that
before you tell me the horror story, I have one. Right. Hold that thought. I have another question in the vein, same vein of the questions I've been asking you, because you're the advocate. You said you are pro marriage and pro relationship.
I am pro marriage and pro relationship.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sir. So we've spoken on the high risk, low reward aspect, and so far, you are not selling me the vacuum cleaner. You're not selling me the pen. I just want to let you know. You have failed to sell me the pen thus far.
Okay.
I want to know what is in the building that is not outside of it. Now, so far, we've talked about having some dishes washed, portion of your rent paid, right? These sorts of things, Maybe she might wash some dishes. She might sweep a floor. Might. In some cases, you got niggas doing this shit. Kiss the cook, barbecuing. All right? Do those things that a lot of us motherfuckers was taught to do as kids. We doing this for our wives. It has been said, and I think, Hassani, you also said it, that a lot of women from outside of the culture seek out black men because they're the most domesticated niggas on the face of the planet. Everybody else is a patriarch. African man whooping your ass, shorty. Latino man whooping your ass, shorty. White man whipping your ass, shorty.
But you got a lot of niggas out here, man, marrying motherfucking women though, and they hobosexuals. You know what I'm saying? So, to them, that's motherfucking all reward, no risk.
Understand, for them, for the hobosexual, understand. Well, are they really marrying, or they just live on a bitch. Understand this. Listen.
Shit, I mean, hey man, I done seen it. You did.
What?
Hey,
You're
Hey,
talking about
man.
you're talking about the exception and not the rule. 'Cause
Exactly,
no,
because
shit.
I seen them. I seen the motherfucker jump out a 4th floor window and live out this motherfucker. Like, you know.
Shit, you be more. I mean, I ain't gonna say. Look, the reality is, it's a lot of these black women out here getting there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it just is what it is. Like, I got right now, I got a frat brother, man, who, been through some challenges and some struggles. Some of the same shit that I've been through. But his wife, got a doctoral degree, and she's a fucking dean at a college, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, and he ain't like a bitch ass nigga. Like he ain't. It ain't like this nigga getting told what to do, where to go, who he can be around, and no shit like that.
I get it, but this is rare. What I want Hassan.
Very
I
rare.
want we understand women are hypergamous. I want Hassani to tell me what's in the building with the shank nigga. It's not what that I can't get like outside this building without risking getting shanked. Explain the exclusivity, right, of products of marriage, not long-term relationships, not roommates, not none of this shit. Marriage. Explain to me, other than divorce, what's exclusive to marriage.
Now we're talking niche thing, so my first relationship, niche.
No,
niche.
marriage. Don't say relationship. Marriage.
You're right.
Let's keep it marriage.
So all right. So when I was with my wife, all right, I worked a lot of consulting jobs. You know how black men have to usually go into consulting jobs, gig economy. We don't get insurance. When you're married, you can share insurance. That was very good for 10 years of my life, to be able to share insurance and be able to focus on the job that I had and hustling to make money and not having to maybe go work somewhere like ShopRite full time just to get insurance.
Explain the share insurance to me, because I had this. Shout out to my man Ragsdale. We had this conversation, something similar to this. I want to understand that what. So I'm trying to compare, because I'm going to compare it. So explain share insurance. Explain it.
It's as simple as that. You can be added for about $70 a month onto your spouse's insurance. So you're the medical, dental, eyewear. You get the same duplicate insurance as they do.
So this is, you talking about health insurance?
Health insurance.
It's not insurance for that necklace in the Bronx, Marcus.
That's not okay. Shared insurance is exclusive
to married couples, yeah.
To married couples, but that means you're both covered. How many motherfuckers work a job and they're like on their wife's insurance?
I would think a lot now.
A lot, like who?
I mean, I can't quantify it, but I mean, if you think about how many black men that are out here think about all the black men who are in IT who are consultants. There's a lot of us. Think about all the black men who are out here working at some gig economy job, right?
Okay, how many of those men do you think are represented in the I get coverage through my wife's job?
I don't know, Marcus. I don't know. Like, I'm an IT engineer, right? So all the black men I know who are married, that's and their wives work, that's their setup. Usually the wives take some kind of cushy job that's in an office somewhere, and they make $40,000, but they have insurance. And usually we run out and we'll take whatever consulting gig and we'll work that just for cash. So everybody's winning, because the wives get to be hypergamous and have the husband that makes more money, and we get insurance. For the majority of my marriage, that's what happened with me. My wife was a student. She made $40,000, but I was able to be on her insurance. That worked out the majority of my marriage.
I understand that. I get it. Is this the thing that this the high reward? Now you say this is exclusive. Understand that insurance in and of itself is not exclusive to marriage. You motherfuckers, lot of motherfuckers got insurance on their or health insurance on their jobs. It's let me see.
Hey,
So
you
all
asked for one. I gave you one.
I got you.
You could just pay the $9,000 a year and get your own insurance. Yes. You could pay the $2,000 a year and sign up for your own escort agency. You could pay the $800 a year and have your laundry washed and folded and bagged every month, and you could call Molly maids. You could have all that stuff done, and it would just cost you a few $1,000s.
So in other words, for men that can't afford, in other words, this is kind of enforcing this idea that marriage is for people who don't got it. Because everything that you're outlining, again, it's like what Gigi said, is utility. So like, if you can't afford to pay for your own insurance, like you said, $9,000 and this and that and the other. So like, again, this is about the help that you're getting is basically, so my man says tuition. Shout out to the average black guy. All right. And let me not skip Romello. Same benefits that you get in marriage, you can get forming a business on paper that deals with the government. So what I'm trying to, but to be honest, like you say, insurance, this is, well, you say shared insurance, but I put that under insurance. So insurance is, to me, is not something that's exclusive to marriage, something that single men do not have. Because shared insurance is like shared anything else. You have a shared bank account, or we talk about taxes and things like that. The married rate versus the single rate. I'm trying to understand. Aside from that, like what is exclusive? When I say exclusive, I mean like you can't get no form of this shit as a single man.
there isn't anything. There really isn't.
Well, Marcus, man, like I'm saying, don't forget the pleasure principle, man, associated with this shit. And it ain't just got nothing to do with going out and getting different pussies. Sometimes, motherfucking dudes, man, it's like they want that one chick. You know what I'm saying? Because
but you can have that one chick and not be signed off marriage certificate married. What I'm trying to understand is, and not that I'm trying to understand. I get it. I want to say that but what I want to understand is,
and it all depends on what class the person is in as well. Like, I mean, think about it. I'm not saying like if you work as an executive, you know what I'm saying, at a fucking brokerage firm, and you're like, this is my bitch, man. We just been together for about 15, 20 years, you know what I'm saying? And then she get around them other bitches and shit, and they like, well, where's the ring, honey? You know what I'm saying? That could be some cultural, a form of cultural, embarrassment for the woman, and then it'll come back to you. But I mean, I'm not, look, at the end of the day, I'm telling you what my opinion is, man. It's too much that can go wrong for a young man out here today in a marriage. It's a lot that can go wrong. Too much, and bro, living with a woman, period, is a danger for a man in today's culture.
Right.
Just period. Right. Like, I mean,
right.
So fuck all the marriage shit. Like, I don't even know why we're emphasizing this marriage shit. Like, living with a bitch today can cause you to go under, my friend.
So
all she gotta do is say, hey, X, Y, and Z did this. Nigga, it's a wrap.
So my question to Hassani again, right? Understand this, right? And then I'm gonna address shout out to I guess I don't want to shout out anybody's government name. We said Circle of One. Shout out to Circle of One for that Cash App, right? Circle of One, I got your notification for the Cash App. Hassani, you said you are pro marriage. What I want to understand is, in respect to your situation, why would you be pro marriage as a general rule in 2022, knowing everything that could happen to a guy? What is the payoff? Like, you're pro marriage. Why? Me personally, if you would have asked me, I think that you are pro marriage because of your upbringing. You grew up in a 2-parent home. You've seen it function the way that it functions, and you're trying to duplicate the scenario that you grew up seeing. And it's a social thing. Like, you socialize into saying, okay, this is the way.
I'll definitely agree with that.
So I get that part of it, but what I'm saying is, in the face of, because you get guys from other generations that say, well, this is what we need to do in Black family and this and that, and family. So we are telling men, ignore the realities in front of you. Ignore the numbers, and you're a stat guy. Ignore the numbers, ignore all of that shit. Take a chance, get stabbed in the stomach for this idea that, because you don't come across to me as somebody that believes in marriage because you want in-house pussy. You're not that guy. So I'm trying to understand. Outside of you, it's helpful. There has to be another reason why you would advocate that men roll this dice for these high risks, right? It has, like Gigi said, it's irrational, right? Explain it to me. I want you, I'm not going to ask, well, why would men want to, because I get it. It's irrational. But what I want people that are listening, I want you to explain to me why you still advocate for marriage for Black men in 2022. Why does it make sense? Why should it make sense?
A big reason Green Gorilla touched on previously. Women want that commitment, ceremony, and stability. Sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes there are men who aren't quite as good looking in jawline as yourself. So you kind of have to bargain. Hey, I'll give you marriage if you hang around and let me have access to your utility.
You're answering the wrong question.
I thought I was staying on it. You're saying why would you advocate it for men? And I'm saying that sometimes you have to offer marriage to a woman just to get what you want out of her.
No, that's not the same. Okay, so your answer would make sense if I was asking you, why do undesirable men get married? I'm asking you.
It's not just undesirable men. Like,
no,
remember that a lot of men out here aren't even getting sex.
So what I'm asking, but sex is attainable outside of marriage. I'm asking you, why do you believe in marriage in 2022? You're not answering. The question is, why is Hassani pro marriage? Not why do these guys do this and this and this, or a select group of men who I already addressed the guy who's the struggle dater. I'm asking Hassani, why would he believe in marriage in 2022 as something that men should do? Because you said you're pro family and you're pro this and you're pro that. So I want to understand why Hassani is pro marriage for men in the face of all these realities. Like, why would you still push the idea of marriage to men knowing the risks for them?
I'm gonna have to say out of traditionalism. Like, that's gonna, like, I there's only but so liberal we could get. You know, after a while, we this practice works. Even if it now is bad for us, we need some type of reform on it.
It's not
But
working.
it's not working, and it needs reform. And I'll be the first person to say we need marriage reform.
So
But
okay. Mhm.
the tradition of it, I feel like we just can't give up on that. Like
So you think out of traditionalism, men should still do it even though there has been no reform. You think even without reform and no path to reform in sight, that just out of sheer traditionalism and I believe in the old spiritual this or that or morality or whatever you want to attach to it, that just men should just march into this thing without any clear path to reform.
no, I can't recommend the way marriage is now for the young black man. I can't. I just can't with too many downside knowing what we
So
know now.
so understand, you see this comment here? From the outspoken introvert.
Liberalism killed traditionalism.
So when you say, and he beat me to it, you're saying that you don't want to be too liberal, but understand it's the liberalism is why we're here. The women, they're not conservative. When we were talking earlier about this thing, we talking about, reparations, which is a different conversation. Understand the two things that you outlined were directly correlated to women, and understand women have gone the liberal route and they are the ones that are walking away from marriage in a bigger way than men are. Understand, liberalism killed traditionalism. Outspoken introvert is 1,000,000,000 gazillion percent right. So you're saying, well, we can only go but so liberal, but understand that it's the liberal women who are deciding to walk away from traditionalism. Okay, so
hey, Marcus, this is what you also missing. Let me. Oh, I can't hear you, dog.
we can hear you.
Okay, my bad. I'm so very sorry. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna jet out.
Gotcha. I
but
appreciate you being here, man.
Oh,
Word
for
up.
sure, for sure. And shout out to Clutch and Stick. He said he just hit me on the Cash App, man. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, man. But thank you so much for having done it. But look, man, niggas don't want to be alone, dog.
You don't have to.
Wait. I understand what you're saying, Marcus.
Okay. All
and
right.
niggas also want the stability as well. Some niggas want it, but they walking into a burning, a house, man. Like my viewpoint on it is, man. At least for the guys my age, we grew up seeing our parents married. We grew up seeing, our grandfathers married, our fathers married. That's what we saw, and we saw families together. We had television shows, the Cosby Show, Family Matters, even white sitcoms and shit. Like it was the shit. It was a natural thing. Like, okay, I'm gonna grow up, get married, have some kids, have a house, have cars, have a dogs, take the kids to soccer practice, whatever the fucking case may be, football, baseball, basketball, whatever. Okay, shit has changed. Okay, you got gay motherfuckers marrying each other now. You got trans women saying they're real women now. You got, all kind of shit out there right now. Okay.
Yeah, all this non-traditional shit. Traditionalism ain't keep niggas in church.
So at the end of the day, but don't get it twisted. Like I like to rock with my mans and shit. He good, but like I also want to be able to turn around to a soft wet, snatch every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, and I'm not saying that's what some guys are thinking. Like okay, because if it works, it can be a good thing. But like really for real, man, you just gotta peep the mentality of the people nowadays, man. There's nothing you can go into, man, that's gonna be 100% a sure thing today, man.
But this is 20%.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's this shit. I'm not getting married. Never ever again. Fuck marriage, bro. Like I mean, unless I went to some country where these motherfuckers do not divorce. They don't have these ambitions to try to dominate their partners and try to. First of all, this is the shit that fucks me up, right? And I'm out of here, man. But I want to say one thing about white women before I leave as well. But if you an independent bitch and you got all of this independent energy, what the fuck, if you're a woman, why are you even entertaining relationships your goddamn self? Why? Why are you even asking or demanding for men to marry you and you all on some independent shit? I don't need you sort of shit. Yeah. That's what guys are saying. So at the end of the day, like, if you can't relate to a motherfucker because you so independent, why even get in a relationship? A situation where you are required to relate through your own commitments and, you know, your own duty predicated upon your involvement in it. It doesn't make sense on their end at all. Okay, so, you know, but there is this human nature, man. Like we're all, like as a society of beings that are called human, we've been enculturated, man, to find love. I mean, if we're heterosexual, from the opposite sex, and to gain some sort of validation from the opposite sex. Okay? And I feel frightful for the Negroes to now coming up that have to deal with this shit in the way that it is, because, look, black people wasn't marrying each other for utility, like in slavery, I don't think. I mean, maybe to some degree there was, you know, slave utility, I guess. But, I mean, they had to stick together for something greater than just, well, I want this for me. I want this to work out for me. Like, nowadays, these bitches are all offline. They out of line. Why would you marry a bitch, man, that's got a mentality of a hypergamous, I gotta be a gold digger ass type woman. You gotta be able to do shit for me. I'm the prize. There's no utility I can provide. There's no service I even heard women, wait a minute, dog. I've even heard women say, like, because you got women making songs about catering to men too and shit. Like, I heard the Beyond, like the Destiny's Child, the women saying, "I'm gonna cater to you," and the bitches they got booed and shit. Like,
right.
Like, hold on, you want a nigga to come home, buy your clothes, cook your dinner? I mean, wash your clothes, cook your dinner as soon as he get home from work, but you can't even rub the nigga feet.
But what I'm saying is, G, you're kind of making my argument. You're saying that, well, men are human and want companionship, but these bitches are doing everything in opposition to the traditionalism that Hassani's talking about. So, you know, well, black men believe in traditionalism, and that's why we're pro-marriage, but these bitches ain't traditional. So understand, right? They're doing everything in opposition to the shit we're talking about. So are we human and they something else? Because if humans are seeking companionship and are adhering to traditional standards and this and that because they want marriages and this and that, I'm trying to understand what's wrong with niggas, because bitches ain't traditional. We're traditional. We are stuck in a time where these bitches aren't. Right? So so bitches are not looking for companionship and all this other shit that men are looking for. Understand? And you know, I don't want to hold you too long. I just because what you just said is kind of it kind of contradicts the idea that men are doing this for this reason, and it's because humans want this and this and this and this. That would imply that because women are human too, that they would be the other side of that. But women are not traditional. So Asani says, well, I believe in marriage. I'm pro-marriage because of traditionalism. This is the same traditionalism that women are opposed to in the first place in 2022.
Hey, man, you know, it's the one reference I got, man, it's like James Brown. You know, this is a man's world. And a lot of these guys are like, damn, it wouldn't mean nothing without a woman or a girl. Unfortunately, you know, like my whole thing is, man, you know, I'd rather monk it or just, you know, hit some pussy here and there than to have to deal. Because, look, man, women are human beings, man, with the same kind of proclivities and the same kind of attitudes and the ignorance that men can exhibit. But now they've been given a pass because of patriarchy theory. to do all kind of crazy and ignorant shit and then not have to take any responsibility for it at all. So, you know, that's just the culture we live in. I would tell young guys, man, don't get her pregnant. Because that's like, even if you marry a motherfucker and you ain't got her pregnant and shit, and you young and you ain't got shit, then what the fuck can she take? So at the end of the day, you know, don't get these chicks pregnant. I think that's the biggest fade right there.
Right.
The biggest fade is don't get them pregnant, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because the power in a woman's vagina is only as valuable as the fruit is able to bear. And it can't bear fruit without your seed, my dude. That's just a fact. So don't be one of them guys out here pumping, you know, semen without seeing the future and your commitments and your burdens as being connected to that. But the last thing I want to say is, you know, I think, and this is a systemic and institutional kind of thing, but like, you know, white women, man, are riders for these white cats, man. These bitches is riding till the wheels fall off with these white boys, whether they liberal or conservative, because you know, they ain't. I mean, they might challenge them on a social or cultural level, but they not challenging these white boys, man, for real like that, man. The only motherfuckers that's the casualties of this gender shit is niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we the only casualties of this shit. Real talk. Like, you think white boys, man, their world is about to come to a close because of some bitches at a university with one department? Them motherfuckers got how many departments at the university? And the university is a lot. There's a lot of women there. But let's face it, man, who's running the economics departments, the history departments, the psychology departments, the mathematics departments, the chemistry departments, the biology departments? It's fucking dudes, man, a lot of times. I ain't saying women ain't there, because they are increasingly becoming more numerous in these institutions. But, like, who's running the military and these fucking corporations, man, and the government? Who's really in these judgeships?
Who's pulling the strings on that, bro? See, it's one thing. Men are the face of power. I mean, me and you, I mean, you covered it, you know, the anatomy of, you know, female power and shit like that. Like, just because you see men don't mean that they are running shit per se. Like,
yeah, well,
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. And look, and it's always been that way. Look, people are gonna vie for power any way they can get it. It's like a cockroach trying to stay alive. That motherfucker's gonna crawl in a crevice fast as a motherfucker if you try to hit his ass. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's hard to you know, to suppress people's will to survive and to have some modicum of respect and some power and influence. And yes, women are heavily influential and always have been. So this is why I don't even buy into the argument about women, you know, not being involved and not having any political power. They haven't had formal power in the same way that men have had. But women, like, look at white women, man, and the organizations that they ran. You know, they, like, you talk about restrictive covenants. It was white bitches that was doing that shit. You talk about all the monuments and the statues and the shit of the Civil War that went up for the Confederacy. It was white women doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's white women have always, like, the prohibition movement, that shit was spearheaded by white women. So the idea that these motherfuckers ain't got no political power has always been some cap from the beginning. They always had political power. They always gonna have political power. But the thing they do is they use their political power in service of each other. Don't get twisted, man. This gender war, man, like these white bitches, man, this feminists, man, at these universities, man, they got husbands, dog.
I get it. I don't want to get too far off the mark, though.
And look, I just said I wanted to close with that because at the end of the day, you know, I'm telling the young guys, man, fuck. I ain't gonna say fuck these hoes, but you know, fuck these hoes. You know what I'm saying? At the end
I'm about to say, why not? You don't want to say that.
And
let's keep it 100. We keep it 100.
If they can't straighten up and fly right, man, fuck them. Just starve them. You know, like a woman ain't shit without babies, man. Real talk. I mean, you know, they can say what they want to, but when they motherfucking get 50 and they freeze their eggs and they can't have a baby, they all distraught and fucked up.
See, that thing about denying them babies only works for men who have something to lose and shit to aspire to. You know, most of these chicks they're getting pregnant by sperm donors. Okay, so we can sit here, we can talk about, you know, men guard your seed, but understand that again, sperm donors ain't guarding seed.
Well, that's saving yourself. I'm talking about saving yourself.
Absolutely.
Save yourself. Spare yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't speak for everybody else.
No,
I'm saying for the guys out here, like, I wish I would have spared mine, because I would have spared myself some headaches. You know what I'm saying? I'd have spared myself 18 years of some motherfucking child support payments. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you know, I love my kids, man. You know, like, they're a blessing to have, man. And, you know, for them to call you and you to call them and to go out and hang out, go eat dinner and shit, and go to play, you know, Dave and Buster's with them, and go to Six Flags and the zoo and shit like that. It's fun to do with your kids. You understand? But I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, the drama, you know, it's not something that I assumed it would be part of what I was getting into. I didn't know. I would have been like, fuck this. Like, this is shit I don't need. That's like, I'm Chief Keef on that. This is some shit I don't like. Like, what's the point in this shit?
So, yeah.
So yeah.
I appreciate you jumping in here, man. You know, let me know when you jumping in. If you need me, you already know.
All right, well, I'll be on tomorrow, man. You can come fuck with me, and you know, anytime you're available to get on my shit. But I'm about to talk about masculinity tomorrow from a academic perspective, and in particular, the author is Connell. So if any of you guys are interested, man, come through tomorrow. I'm gonna do it. I don't know when I'm gonna do it tomorrow, but I know I'm gonna do it. All I'm gonna do is read it and analyze it and react to it. And I think it'll be a useful exercise for the brothers in the space, because we talk about masculinity, but we don't define it, and we don't analyze it. We just think it's getting some pussy. So I'll holler at y'all, man.
Appreciate it. Holler back, man.
Peace.
All right. Shout out to the Green Gorilla, and shout out to Hassani. I don't think he's gonna make it back on. I got your message, Hassani. So I'm gonna make my closing remarks, but not before I read all of these comments. You guys have been saying some shit. So we're gonna go through these comments. We at the 322 mark, and then we're gonna close it out. All right. I don't know if the men in here have noticed the females are coming back around yelling, "Hey, big head." Absolutely. Everything he's proffering falls under utility. I agree. And I think in 2022, a lot of these utilities, in the same way that the, you know, provider male is dead, the woman as utility is dead. Tech not only killed us, but it killed them too. All right, women want a personal fucking parade, $40,000 for a wedding, and wonder why they can't afford a house. Oh, Dom is here. I got you in a second, Dom. Hold on. Wait, let me mute your mic 1 second. So, Clutch and Stick took care. My man, Green Gorilla. Shout out to Clutch and Stick. Feminism killed traditionalism. I think we went in that. Shout out to my man Tyrese. I see you. These wild chicks don't know the first fucking thing about traditionalism. All right, they don't even know 4817 about the 1970s or 1960s. I think that black men are chasing a dream still, even in like this is kind of like a cognitive dissonance, right? Things are going, the boat is sinking, but you know, you're gonna sink with the Titanic because you know you're the captain of the ship, and that's how it's done, right? So you know, all good, brother. I'm seeing brothers in 10 years being the biggest group of homeowners after we all get these broads out our systems. They're psychotic. Yeah. So you know, Romello was talking about Gen X. So let's see. Donnie Mac, shout out to Donnie Mac. If we can't come clean with the cultural shift between boomers and Gen X, we'll never be able to address millennials and Gen Z further down the line. Clutch and Stick says, my Mexican co-workers don't worry about their lunch being packed daily. They live in Mexico and getting knocked out is possible. Traditional. Black men are still trying to be traditional in the face of a modern environment. I understand that's irrational. All right, but I'm putting it out there, right? We talking about 80%. Yeah, I'm rational. I want to ask you guys, like, K Dot says, have you ever heard of SBE? K Dot, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. A family needs two parties to coexist. If one person is independent minded, it will never work. Okay. Romello says, I was on a stream Thursday where a female was 30 with 4 kids, 4 baby daddies, alcoholic, and turned down 2 proposals. Whoa! And turned down 2 proposals. 4 kids. Again, the provider male is dead. You would never see that in a third world country with no safety nets. Okay? Get your skills right. 2, save your money. 3, invest in index funds. 4, stack your chips. 5, buy your house. It's called leverage. This is a word that I use very often. Leverage. Watch the women in your family start hating. Black women not trying to work nothing out. They have an incentive to keep it the way it is. Yes. The only way for things to change is for winter to truly come and black men to truly be men. Understand that winter ain't coming if we're going to keep saving them from winter. And I expect the simps to save black women from winter. But when I start seeing red pillars talk about how we're going to save them from winter, I lose my fucking mind. That was the last video that I did. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I own 8 trucks and my own mom and sister hate, and you ain't all that. Damn, you got 8? I aspire to be like you. I have 1 truck. Working on my 2nd truck. All right. The average black guy, correct. Romello, right on. You know you're on the right track when they start that bullshit. Mine got mad at me when I told them I was buying a house in Vegas. White women like Darth Sidious. Yes, yes. Let's not talk about white women tonight. I used to drive for CRST. Brothers live and die within 20 miles of the same spot. I tell young heads, get your CDL. Live on your truck for 5 years. Stack. You'll meet females from sea to sea. That's another thing. When it comes to this on-the-road truck driving, understand that when you don't have 6 children that you're in a truck for, that you're busting your ass for, that financial load doesn't exist. If you work like a married man with 6 children, as a single man, you can't lose. But as a married man with 6 kids, that money that you're making is spoken for as soon as you get it. Average black man, it may be too late. Even if black men reach whatever standards put forth, these black women may be too far gone. I'm the only one without a kid. I saw this shit in the 80s. I knew it wasn't for me. Oh, man, you're just like me. I saw it early. Like, nah. I believe, unfortunately, I believe that's true. I'm just trying to keep hope alive. No, don't keep hope alive. They cannot maintain their uncoachable like a dude that can do hellified dunks, but can't be taught to defend basics on the court. All right, K. Dot. It means shame, blame, and explain. Oh, okay. I've heard that before. Like, for example, KS, Kevin Samuels, shame, blame, and explain things to black women. Therefore, it's a waste of time arguing with these hoes. And Ramil, the radical, and the logisphere coined the term SBE. You should check them out. I've heard shame, blame, and explain. I just didn't know shit. When I hear SBE, I think Cameron's album. But anyway, Dominique, you're there. Hold on. Let me bring Dominique in. You've been chilling for a minute. Dominique.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's up, man?
So before I close this out, I want you, I don't know how much of this you've been hearing, we've been talking about what me and you were addressing earlier about why, with all the realities in the face of black men, would they still entertain the idea of taking the risk, the high risk and low rewards of marching down the aisle, putting the rings on fingers, and I Kissed the Bride in 2022. I want you to kind of summarize it. We 3.5 hours in. I'm going to let you speak on that, and then I'm going to make final remarks, man.
Well, I guess I get to help close it out. Lucky
Yeah.
me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to marriage, I mean, we talked about this all the time. I remember in Manosphere 2.0, the buzzword was cuts, cuts, cuts. Everybody was screaming cuts to bring stuff. Trump's gonna make all these cuts. We was gonna overturn Roe, and we was gonna bring the women back to the table, and they gonna realize Big Papa is the man that you keep running from, but that's not going to happen. As long as finances is the number one reason why women break up marriages, I'm not happy, no fault divorce, there's nothing you can do. It's not a morality issue. Guys keep saying, oh, well, we got to stop cheating and stop this and stop that. It's not morality. Women will look past that. I'm not condoning or speaking out against it or whatever, but women would look past cheating if the money's right in the house. But
Right.
as soon as your money gets funny, oh, she got to go. She ain't carrying no man. I can do bad all by myself. Holler back at you. Yada yada yada. Um, I want to talk about this co-parenting bullshit dudes are on right now. Everybody think, oh, my baby mama a good baby mama. She'll never put me on child support. She don't want for shit. I go running like Mr. Goodbar every time she call my name. Nigga. You one argument, one bad day, one hating bitch in her ear away from that bitch going to the courthouse putting your ass on paper and swear it up and down you ain't done shit. All this other stuff you don't know what you're talking about because Lord knows you ain't kept no paper trail if that day does come. Are you keeping the paper trail for all my baby daddies out there that think, oh, I'm handling business? When you got all the receipts, all the council checks, all the things showing that you buying that you handling business. Because if you don't, oh, she'll say you ain't done shit. You just do the bare minimum. She's done it all, and you make all this money, and she wants and she needs that child support. Until that stuff changes, fellas, there's no protection for you. There's no country out there for you. And I hate to be gloom and doom at 2:04 in the morning, but the risks outweigh the rewards. It's kind of like, even with business. I'm a businessman, and I know a lot of business fail within the first 3 years. But
Your signal, bro.
oh, probably because
Give me a
Give me a
second.
second.
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
bring.
bring.
I don't know
I
if
don't know
that's
if
me.
that's me.
I'm
I'm
echoing.
echoing.
Am I
Am I
echoing?
echoing?
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
bring
bring
in
in.
Jamfar. I'm gonna bring in Jamfar. I was echoing. I think I was echoing on his situation. I'm gonna bring in Jamfar. Jamfar. I'm gonna put this link up. If your name is not Jamfar, do not jump in because we're almost done. All right, Jamfar has been waiting for a little while. Bring in Jamfar to comment. And then we're gonna shut this down. Yeah, please make it concise, bro. I've been trying to work to avoid 4-hour videos, and we close to that mark. And then I'm going to speak on what we've been speaking on. Jump on in as soon as you can. The link is up. So just yeah. Yeah, come on in. I don't want to start making my closing remarks. So I'm gonna bring Janfar in. Uh, so
Uh,
what's going on, bro? I'm gonna let you speak, and then I'm gonna shut it down. So give me your input.
you know, one of the, I think to answer your question, what I do notice is that when you get in a relationship with women, it's like they will put up front, you know, being agreeable, dealing with you, giving you, you know, easy sex to it's just like a little taste of a good situation. And the funny thing about like men is that while women like emotionally bond to you because they release certain hormones when they have sex, like men bond over time, right? So it's like you hitting this one girl for an extended amount of time, you become emotionally dependent and sexually dependent because you begin to associate her with your pleasure, right? Once that happens, right, you're used to the certain calming effects that this woman gives you, the certain emotional, feeling and sexual feeling. Then she's allowed to start showing a little bit more crazy, and as a man, you want to solve the problem, right? You like, what is it? And she will tell you things that she wants. One of them will be marriage. And it's like she's like, what are we doing? You know, where is this going? All right. Men will generally be content, as long as the situation stays stable and it's like he's getting the same things that, he's always got. But now she starts scaling back on it. And you want to solve this problem, and she's telling you that the problem is you're not taking me seriously. Now, dudes, they hear that and like, oh, okay, all right. And as the situation gets more hot, it's like she's less agreeable to sex. It's like he's like, maybe if I go all in, I could redeem this situation, you know. And that's how some dudes end up getting married, all right? Because now you're emotionally bonded to her. You associate her with sex in your mind, like on a psychological level. There you are. There you are.
All right. So understand that I know a guy who's like exact situation is that, right? I know a guy, he tried to fix the relationship with marriage. And that's why I said earlier that I know guys and people like nobody in their right mind would enter a marriage with drama already happening. Okay, well, I know motherfuckers that's not in their right mind. Okay, so what I want to summarize this by saying this. Understand, right? We've been on here almost 4 hours. Um, none of us could cite a real reason to risk marriage.
I can think of a reason. It's like, but
So
most dudes don't
so
are
high
not
reward.
concerned about that.
I need a high reward.
All right.
And then
So
we're gonna close it out. High reward.
one of the rewards I think is because marriage was supposed to be a union of families, and so it's basically getting resources of both attributed to yours. All right. And so
Okay.
when I think of marriage, like, I'm not thinking about a situation where me and this woman are isolates. I'm thinking about like who's her father, like what's her mother like, does she have brothers, what are they doing? All right. So you have a situation in theory if it works well.
In theory.
For example, I noticed like look at a Hispanic families and how they pool their money together to establish their house. Right? They would all pile into that house, right? Establish a house, and then for the next family member, they will establish a house, right? Right. So that's the pooling aspect of you have a situation where like them, their wives, or their husbands, or etc., and they're pooling resources, right,
Mm-hmm.
in a
But
way that isolated
we
people cannot.
listen, brother. We can talk all night about what's supposed to happen in a marriage.
Well, it
Okay,
does happen for like, well, not in our community, but like it does
but
happen.
we're talking about us, and okay, we could talk about marriages to other women, and even marriages for black men to white women have a high divorce rate, right?
Hmm.
It's probably not the same, but it's high.
Yeah.
Black women are Western women, and Western women have Western women issues. But my thing is, when we speak about these things, we're talking about high risk, low reward, right?
Right.
How many black men marry Hispanic women and get put into the Hispanic network? How often does that happen? Or non-black women and get put into that non-black network? I don't care if you marry a Pakistani woman. How often
Mm.
do black men get put into that non-black network that her family's connected with? How often does that happen? Let's be honest.
Oof. Um, it depends, like on basically on the black dude's background. To tell you the truth, um, it's like you got to partially like either they really like you or like you're already a part of the culture because there's black
Understand. You're giving
Hispanic
you
dudes
you're
and
giving
whatnot.
you're giving me the scenarios under which it happens. I'm asking you how
Yeah.
often. How often does it happen?
If I'm being 100% honest, like
How
I
many
don't know,
how many
bro.
how many black men do
I
these
don't think so.
non-black families like and decide, you know what, we're going to add you to our network, black man that we like, that you come from very good background,
Hmm.
come from very good stock, very good background. We're going to add you to the network. How often does this happen? Let's be honest, it doesn't happen very often.
No, no.
It doesn't happen very often. So that's a dub. That's a dub.
Hmm.
So, black men, what have we learned tonight? Understand this. Understand this. In most cases, in many cases, there's no network for you to marry into with when it comes in respect to black women, right? And, you want to pick and choose which black woman you marry, this and that and the third, yada yada yada. You got to make sure there's not a group of cackling hens, because that's usually the network you end up with. You end up in a network of cackling hens and a bunch of, obedient simp motherfuckers talking about, hey man, just don't argue with her. Just be be cool, be cordial, and you got keep that motherfucker under control and all that shit, right? So in respect to marrying out, that doesn't often happen. Now you might get a peaceful union, but the network thing, no, doesn't usually happen, especially in this space in America, black men, right? And I imagine most motherfuckers listening to me talk are black guys. So, the Latino network and the the Middle Eastern or Eastern European or whatever your wife is from outside of the community, you ain't not likely to get added to that network to any meaningful degree. So not only does the father of the bride have to accept you, but everybody that fucks with him has to accept you also. So to no meaningful degree are you getting added to that network. It's very unlikely. Understand This is a high risk, low reward. And the only thing that is keeping us, attached to it is what Hassani said earlier. He said traditionalism, which to me is insanity. We are the only ones that are still obeying and attached to this idea, this traditionalism that doesn't exist within the minds of the women we're trying to marry in America, right? And I'm being specific to Black women, right? So this traditionalism that we're chasing in our minds, that we're trying to return to, we're trying to make a Back to the Future plutonium time machine DeLorean trip back to the days of traditionalism while risking everything that we're working for and our sanity, some respects, our freedom and things of this nature. This is what we're risking for this. I'm speaking on marriage, not long-term relationships. And what I am hearing in these responses from Black men is this idea that if you don't put a ring on her finger, you ain't gonna get no pussy, you're gonna be lonely, and all these negative things that we are attaching to the idea of men not being, state sanctioned marriage or married. All of that, and then the other side is that these guys are undersexed or sexless, and these are things that we know. We know the divorce rate. We know all of these things. This is the information age. This is not shit that's hidden from us. This is not shit that's hidden from us. We have to willfully ignore all these stats, all this information, all this data to still hold on to this fantasy idea of traditionalism. And we want a traditional wife who's going to cook and clean and wash dishes in 2022, where women want to earn your salary or more. We got dishwashers and shit, right? We still are in the 40s and 50s of the woman who is going to cook and clean and be June Cleaver for niggas. June Cleaver for niggas. Understand, the way women view that is Celie, Miss Celie from The Color Purple. These are the women that you are rolling traditional dice on. They see your traditionalism as Miss Celie. This is who you are seeking traditional relationships from. All the while they're talking the most cash shit about you on the internet. Like Gigi said, he tells young guys, and I tell young guys, do not get these women pregnant. Understand that they, like he said, a woman can only carry a seed if you give it to her. That's true. But understand that once you put rings on fingers, you are relinquishing power. In this reality, you are giving them power that they would not otherwise have. It's the same, giving them seed guarantees them some child support, some PC a check, but so does getting married.
I think there's like a bit of frustration, besides, the emotional labor that Dr. Johnson talks about and BGS talk about that's provided and women desire. You can't underestimate how powerful a man's utility is in terms of this. He's able to subcontract her expenses onto you.
So go ahead, finish your statement.
you can't pay anybody to do that, right? You can't get anybody to do that for you. It's like, oh, hey, my expenses, you take a portion of it or take all of it. All right, that is super valuable. All right, so you have a frustration where she's saying like, oh yeah, I'm 100% independent. I'm an independent, strong woman. Is basically to address what Gigi was saying. Is like it doesn't make sense. It kind of does. It's like because being able to put your expenses onto somebody else, it's like wouldn't we all try to do that?
Right.
If you
So,
could.
mhm. So let me close this out, brother. I ain't want to interrupt you because we got 10 minutes to 4 hours. So what I'm saying is, and I agree with what you said, because the things that women bring, we can replace by paying for it. They can't replace what we bring.
Exactly.
Because you can't pay a motherfucker to pay for your life. Like the way that they replace what we bring to the table is not by paying for it. They're trying, well, they have into some respect replaced us with the state. And the women who are not content with what the state provides will marry a guy who can temporarily, so that she can be forever tied to his lifestyle without having to live with him. We see this happen again and again and again and again, and
Mm-hmm.
we still enter into this agreement. It's a bad agreement. There is no other agreement that has proved to be this, one-sided or lopsided, that men will enter into it. Watching, these guys are kicking it about trucking all over the place, right? So understand that, these are things that we're walking into, all eyes open. It is growing increasingly hard for me to sympathize with men who walk into these situations with all eyes open. And, they shit happens to them. They're putting their heads in the mouths of the lion. And they know it's a lion. And they see the teeth. And they're saying, well, we believe in doing this. It's almost like some rite of passage. If you got, let's say you got a strange ritual in some country where, okay, you got to put your head in the lion's mouth to, become a man. And all these guys see all these heads get bitten off, and they still put their head in that mouth because they have to perform this rite of passage.
Mm-hmm.
And this traditionalism that black men are practicing by putting their heads in the mouths of the lion is a rite of passage. It's a rite of passage to your masculinity, like Gigi was talking about, and your manhood, because your manhood is connected to your service. It is self-defeating patriarchy. You are aiming to be a patriarch, and you are sacrificing yourself, not just in the manner of risk of divorce, but even if the marriage works, the amount of work that you have to put in for it to be successful. Because the woman can walk out at any time and she's not satisfied, but the amount of work that you have to put in 2022, because once upon a time it wasn't that easy for a woman to just walk out of a marriage and make it. But nowadays it's much easier. It's much easier. It's actually incentivized. So understand that, this idea that this idea of this rite of passage that black men are still performing. It's like the walk on burning hot coals type shit.
It's kind of like it's an honor thing where it's like when you mentioned like going down with the ship situation that black or well men in general, but black men specifically, especially when you want marriage, it's kind of like you burned the ship, but the chicks have lifeboats, like a lot of lifeboats, high capacity lifeboats, but you don't got shit. All right, so it's like you go into a marriage. The point is that the both of y'all burned the boats behind y'all, but she's not burning her boat. All right, she has no interest in burning her boat, and it's kind of like a situation where she has leverage, she has the power, and when people have those type of things, they're not going to give up, their privileges. They don't do it. That's not human nature to do it. All right. So
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, it's situations where black men think, oh, if they're coming back to the table, they're not coming back to the table. All right. The situation is that they're conservatives. They're willing to make superficial changes to keep the system alive. So they're gonna tell you nice shit, and then you are gonna believe it because honor causes you to want to be in this situation anyway. All right. So that's my problem with the whole thing. Right.
So
All these, like, hey big head or whatever, it don't mean shit. It's like they're just gonna find nice language where it seems like it's a change, but the system is going to stay the same. All right, but yeah, that's all I got.
okay, because I
I'll
was
leave it
about to
to
cut you short, man, because I'm trying to shut this down. So
you. Yeah,
I
I'll leave
just
you to it. I'll leave
I
you to
just I just want people to understand that, and I got to put this in words for everybody that's watching this later. Just understand that, yes, it is irrational. Understand that you're getting what I mean. In a way, I'm kind of preaching to the choir because I think most guys here understand that, but just understand that, for the guys who don't get it yet, for the Hassanis of the world, right? Understand this is a very low reward risk you're taking. Low reward. All of these things that guys are telling you that you can get in a marriage, all of these things, none of it is exclusive. And it ain't shit that's a trade-off for the things that you're risking. All right. So all of this traditional, put your head in the lion's mouth, rite of passage, black man bullshit, it's not worth it. Stop performing self-defeating patriarchy. You will not be rewarded for it. Again, even if the marriage works out, you are only appreciated in death, not in life. The likelihood that you will be appreciated in life is very low. So I'm going to end it off there. I'm going to jump over here. We got 3 minutes to 4. Last thing I'll say before I jump over, and I appreciate you jumping in, bro. We got the membership situation happening, and there's different tiers of it. You ain't gotta be a member, but if you want to hear some shit, because there's certain shit that I can't say publicly. And then there's certain posts on the community tab that are members posts. And there are, you could read through the tiers. There are, tiers where we will be having private conversations that won't be on live or won't be public, where you guys will get to ask me questions that you might not want to ask me here. Okay. You might want to ask me questions that you don't want to ask me on live. Just understand that some of these membership live streams, these membership conversations, there might be things that you want to ask me. I'll shout it out, and I could drop names in a private stream, and I can't drop those names on a public one. So all the wild stories that my boys have heard, we gonna be having them conversations. Shout out to Romello for that super chat. All right, MOB, money over bitches, nigga. For anybody don't understand what MOB means, is money over bitches. But yeah, that members only shit. We gonna be talking about money. We gonna be talking about women because I was gonna do the whole documentary thing. Nah, we gonna do that on the membership. We gonna be talking about women. We gonna be talking about some shit. Understand that's how the membership shit is gonna roll. It gets more crazy, right? So shout out to everybody. Yes, MOB. MOB, uppity Negro swag, eloquently petty, articulate as holy. And yeah, shout out to my first member, 318 Showtime. Yeah, man, jump on in it. There's a join button on the thing, and like I said, I will. It will be entertaining. That's all I'm gonna say. I got some shit planned for this membership shit because I've been having guys on me telling me, "Hey, man, we gonna do looks, money, status, game on the membership too. We gonna be talking about LMSG, all the things that I did not want to say, all that game coach type shit. Understand that a lot of these game coaches, when you see what their results are, it ain't flattering. And I have receipts, and those receipts will be shown in the membership section. Holla back, people. 100. Thank you for joining me, Janfar. It's always, it's good to have you around. You be saying some shit.
No problem.
I appreciate it. And we are out of here. Happy Friday, nigga. Shh.